Good morning, everybody. Fog is obliterating me. It's like brain fog, only worse. You can actually see it. of effort just to clean up a neighborhood next to a gas station. That's what Louisville brings you. I don't really need any more steel sheets from here. I need them from elsewhere. Left a few on the floor here. Are these all iron pipes? Admittedly, I have been going through steel sheets like there's no tomorrow. Tell me, both of the propane tanks out here are empty. There's got to be a couple more. Leave them in the... Oh. Okay. I'm out of propane tanks to refill from. It's hardly a problem. I've got 40 full torches, but worth keeping in mind. I always love having one to refill from just because it means I'm not down to my torches. But that means I'll need to keep my eyes peeled for some opportunities. BTSS, good morning. Thank you. We're gonna need it. We've got Louisville up ahead of us. Supposed to do some logistics. We do still have some ammo waiting for us back at West Point, and we are out of clay, so I could use another shipment. So we could go down to the river here and head on this direction from the bridge. There's plenty of river terrain that has not been harvested of clay yet up there. We will take a throwaway car down there, because we've got another West Point police car to fix up at our destination. $7108, how's it going? It does look like the fog is starting to lift compared to how it was this morning. Yeah, it's definitely lifting. Well, I will prep a throwaway car so that we can get back to West Point next time the weather demands it. But I don't think I'll actually execute that right now. If we have good weather following afternoon, then I would rather make use of that. Or a little bit of shooting this morning here. Yeah, we've carved out ourselves a nice little pocket in Louisville here. What I'm most proud of is the roadway so far here. Just yank one of these ones out of here. I do not recall if I harvested any of these for parts. Engine parts particularly. No. Okay, good. It just doesn't feel right slapping a perfect battery into a throwaway. I'll just charge up the one that's in there. Alright, looks like the no shooty gas is gone. What do we got? We are... We've got a lot of residential. Nothing new about that. I would like to progress in the urban direction for now. So we're getting back out on 31 West, or, sorry, 1st Street. It becomes 1st Street after the Cloverleaf here. And then we get to go in the direction of this cursed split here. Truly a sadly realistic aspect of urban planning, where there's just a major highway that leads into the city, and then that highway, the road that it connects to, splits off into a couple of small roads, and then a large road to the left. Sadly, this is actually really fucking realistic. This happened a lot in many major cities. It's been cleaned up a lot in our modern era, but back in the day, back in the 90s. Yeah, ammo and clay run, BTSS, that was just if it stayed foggy. If it doesn't stay foggy, if we don't have any more days with fog, or if we don't have any rain coming up, then I have literally no need for an ammo and clay run. That's all just fun stuff to do while we can't be out and shooting. As long as we're able to be out and shooting, we got work to do. Lots of it. Yeah, we're working our way towards Station Lake here, where 31 West and 1st Street split up. 1st Street continues beyond this. It's just, yeah. Now, our best route in that direction is going to be this way, because we have created our own little road, and we need to ensure its safety. There's some deep lore behind my new helmet there. Well, not exactly deep lore, but that is Dani's official insignia now. I was thinking about retroactively doing that for some of my other characters too. Yeah, there you go. So we're coming up here on Train Station Access Road. If we were to take a left here and go up this road, that would be basically where I was just talking about, where the road comes to a short drop and a sudden stop. Totally unbefitting of a modern highway. That guy's got a developmental delay there. He just took him about 30 seconds to react. It's alright, we don't judge. Just send him in the same direction as everybody else. So that is the Gigamart at the corner of this little, okay. This little development is just a, oh right, this, oh okay, okay. Yes. This is where we did our only pipe bombing in Louisville so far. Nothing of it remains, just blood spatter on the blood spatter on the sidewalk, or the parking lot rather. I was rather impressed at how many knot holes there were in the windows of the Gigamart. I'm feeling like we should go ahead and gear up. And that's why. Ammo check, we're looking good. I'm going to use the revolver on these guys. When we did the pipe bombing in this area, we pulled a fair few of them to the edge of this fence, but they never got through it. And since then they've dispersed, but they haven't gotten far. There's not very much place for them to go back here. Now this is where the this is the cursed end of the highway. I mean, just imagine going down a highway, an interstate, and then just having it end in a stoplight like this. Ugh. That was the 90s, unfortunately. That was an actual thing. I'll wipe out those two Zeds up there, and then we'll probably come back to wipe out these wrecked vehicles here. Now, the further we go in this direction, the further we get closer to... The closer we get to, LSU is right up there. That's the football field. The good thing about this fence over here on the right is that creates a sort of a natural angle that we won't get flanked from as easily. They would have to... Well, first there'd have to be some left after the pipe bombing down here to come from that direction, and then there would... Anybody who comes from this direction would get intercepted with a fence. So, primarily, we worry about them coming from up here or over there. So let's get out the MSR-70 and the M16. Alright. We got cars in the way. That's actually, believe it or not, that's a substantial annoyance. It's such a substantial annoyance that I'm actually probably going to shift my engagement out of the parking lot. Or maybe, okay, here we go. Let's try to get just the individual Zeds that are in the parking lot right now. Let's try to just get them out. I'm gonna come down here and just one toot. Split them apart at the very least. Now we let the sound of the gunshots finish what the horn started there. I do expect stragglers in the Gigamart area, so head on a swivel, as always. Shotgun on her, possibly a 9mm. Don't be confused by the red crosshairs. In this case, you get one on the frickin' burnt wreck car. This is why I don't like having cars around if I'm going to be shooting. Clear your backdrop. One slow south. Did I overestimate the parking lot? I feel like I... No, they just didn't displace very well. Okay. Yeah. Alright. I'll feel a lot more confident starting to pull some vehicles out of the way in that parking lot now. The MSR-7T just took another durability hit. It is now officially worn. That means when we get back to base tonight, it is being retired. Good morning, Command. How's it going? All right. I foresee there's a possibility of some M16 action yet. Curious what the delay was on some of these guys right here. I believe I had 20 in the magazine, which means I should be close. 2 left. If I didn't know better, I would say that was a good shotgun opportunity. Have not been scoring very well on my shotgun opportunities lately. Doesn't mean I'm not going to try, though. That would require me to open some box. Just take the truck up, it's fine. Gotta be advised of running around too much while I'm at, whenever I'm carrying a second heavy weapon. It's just, I'm guaranteed overloaded. Dacto, good morning, how's it going? We have some potential shotgun opportunities this morning. Deep indeed. Is a low fence to the left of me. Now, I don't necessarily want to wipe that Jeep out. It's a cool looking Jeep. But there seems to be a lot of zombies going right around it. Yeah, really light turning radius probably makes a really good scouting vehicle. Right, FX, how's it going? This is the corner of Louisville State University for anybody joining. The heavily wooded lot on the other side of this fence is the football field, what's left of it. Oh, fuck off. I mean, it's already empty. What the hell it is. I feel like a bad magazine made its way in there or something. Or I just completely failed to count. Can't roll that out. I have no idea, to be honest. And there's the sickness. Get up. Come on, get down. Get the sickness. There's somebody left on the right, but I don't know where. I don't know. I do feel like they increased the drop rate slightly, but that is also just going by anecdotes. It was right when we left Riverside that we found our first one. The fuck? We're out completely, right? Well, it's not like it's a weapon, it's a tool. I always keep one in the glove at this point. There are certain select buildings that you can't get into without it, like Stendo's Farm Emporium in West Point. We'll get the M16 reloaded, but we're done with it for today. Alright, we got 3 welding jobs. One, I would like to be able to get through this parking lot easier. Normally I'd fast forward, but not when there's this many people around me. Predicting there's not going to be... Yeah, there's no charge in the battery. And that's fine. If there was, I would turn the lights on so that I have lights in both directions. course, never got the keys to it. I have been known to do such things. I don't recall moving it, but okay, game, whatever you say. Perhaps that was retaliation for getting into it easily. Yeah, what's my prescription? 3.5? It's blurry, but it's not that blurry. This game really exaggerates. Alright, so we're a little late getting home, but we have mission success for today. Removed all obstructions from the road, and taken a nice big chunk out of the zombies at the very corner of the college there. We're even coming home with a nice trophy here. Alright, before we get decompressed here, we're just going to go ahead and catch our first sleep. Late night, as it were. Doing well on aiming. We are approaching the halfway point. Yeah, we're right below the halfway point through aiming level 9. Oh, engine's already 100 over here. I was just thinking it needed engine work. No, it's good. All three of the MSR7Ts up here are in good condition. I thought one of them was decorative. We are supposed to have at least one that has been expended, but now I don't remember what to do with it. It's not one of the ones down here, is it? Nope, these are both perfect too. Well, one of them shall be my new one, and the other one shall go in the box where it belongs. This is an artifact of a long time ago that I would put these over here. The one that has been used up can chill over here for now. You can use ones that are damaged to repair ones that are in good condition, but even at aiming level 8, I don't feel good doing weapon repairs yet. I usually just wait until I'm max level. So here is our new MSR7T. We shall put the attachments that were on the old one. Starting with the most coveted of all, those ammo straps that just don't seem to spawn anymore. Ammo straps, laser sight, recoil pad, 8x scope. Because if we're shooting anything closer than 8 times, then we're not using the MSR7T. That'll make the second MSR7T that we've used up completely. Like I said, I don't even remember exactly what happened to the first. It's somewhere around here. We actually haven't had rain for a few days. I can tell because it's been a little while since those buckets have filled up, so we'll top up the water in our crops here. Really? Okay, maybe not. Perhaps I've overestimated how long it's been since it rained. That battery needs a little bit more time on the charger. But I want to get that one we brought home here moving. So I'll take my other one. Beautiful. I believe the trunk lid could use some work, and the trunk itself. What I'm going to do is, for the trunk itself, I will use a steel sheet, because I want that to be perfect. Everything else, what I'm going to do is split one of these steel sheets. Because I don't mind if the trunk lid is 92% instead of 100. Tires are old, and this thing has some towing potential, so I will want to get it some good tires at some point. But otherwise, it's in a good shape now. Blacksmithing material bins are almost 100% full now. So I really can't be bringing home anything to put in there anymore. Oh, the overnight hour passed a little faster than expected. I'll just go ahead and get my second sleep now. Don't want to mess up my sleep schedule too much. Alright, of the blacksmithing and metalworking material, or blacksmithing and welding materials that I could have right now, steel sheets are easily the most important. So this steel block that I just picked up, instead of doing anything else with it, I'm just going to turn it into a steel sheet now and get it stocked into the crate constructing truck over there. That's more like it. Basically, you just need a 1-to-1 ratio of small steel sheets to large steel sheets for the whenever you're going around building crates. So just looking at what we've got in the trunk, we've probably got enough for about a dozen crates or so. As long as I haven't overestimated the rods, or underestimated rather. So every torch I drop on the floor here is an empty one that could have been refilled if I had a propane tank. As that pile grows larger, my need to grab a propane tank while we're out will increase. Food for the day. If I was gonna place some more crates, where would I do it? See, I've been mulling over that decision for a long time because once I make it, there's not... Well, it's not like steel crates can't be moved, but once I start filling them up, they become very annoying to move. Every time I look at this conveyor belt, I realize it's not the worst thing in the world. After a few seconds. In fact, I want to test something. We've got our metal constructor right here. I would like to be able to walk right through that conveyor belt while also actually using it. Alright, so we're hearing a zombie slapping a wooden surface. There are no wooden surfaces on my base. Pretty much anywhere. So it's probably somebody who is close enough to hear the rumbling of my engine, because I don't recall hearing any meta events. Meta events will set them off and they'll start trying to break through something if it's right in front of them. So that is under advisement. But yeah, that has canceled my thoughts. I'm going to go ahead and put that idea on hold for a moment while we go deal with whoever's slapping over here. Behold, being able to hear zombies slapping things from 70 tiles away. 42.18, ladies and gentlemen. I don't hate it, it's just every once in a while. Okay, so it's not somebody who heard my engine. It's just somebody who got set off by something. I'm thinking upstairs in one of these two units. Right there to my right. It's not the only one. There's a scratcher too. And I can't tell where the scratcher is. Okay, I see where it is. To third unit, second floor bathroom. Clear? Clear. Alright. Yeah, fun little diversion. Every time I think this area is clear, I drive through it and the engine noises pull somebody else out of the woodwork. That's Louisville for you. I mean, yes, I could do a house-by-house, room-by-room sweep of every single one of these townhouse units. Yes, I could do that, yes. Yeah, it would definitely get ahead of shit like this. I was not expecting that one. Like I said, I thought we were clear. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I will. So, I had a plan for room-by-room, floor-by-floors of these places. It involved the sledgehammer, and it involved, instead of going in and out of every unit, it involved going through them, just horizontally. They're all connected anyway. Who cares at this point? But that's a lot of sledging, and that therefore is a lot of muscle strain. Hello. I had a feeling. I don't know why. This is okay. Yeah. That's right next to my base, by the way. It's somebody like that. Migration, I guess. I mean, we've been here for several weeks now. Yeah, okay. There's a meta event right there, and that's going to bring everybody going all over the place. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to continue to load up some of this small form metal that I found nearby into these bins, but I'm going to clear up some space by putting ingots on top of the bins, because ingots are massive, and I don't use them too often. There's a proper ingot stack right there. Yes, of course. Now we should have plenty of room for some more of this stuff here. So I mentioned before that I do have interest in leveling up my axe skill to be on par with my sword skill. On other characters, I never would have even considered this, but this character being a fire officer, we can make that happen. We're currently axe level 7, and we're about a third of the way through 8. We'll just need some axes to work with. Now, I had a theory. I'm going to go ahead and pause the game for a moment while I look this up. I recall seeing that there were some numbers on paper about one particular type of axe weapon being pretty good. This is the PZWiki weapon page, where they just have tables with nothing but weapon stats everywhere. So this is the axe category, and what I'm doing is sorting it first by damage. Nothing surprising about anything up here. I kind of wish I could just delete from the table anything that has this 3x stamina penalty, because fuck that. I would never use that against a zombie, literally ever. I struggle to justify using it against trees. The pickaxe does not have a stamina penalty. Some fantastic damage. The crit rate is not good as far as axes go. Malt is amazing. 9 times it's better than the firefighter axe, but I've seen better. Baseball bat with rail spike. On paper, this appears to be better than the firefighter axe. But in practice, probably not. The firefighter axe has, like, what is this? Almost 10 times the durability on paper. Yeah. The condition lower chance is a little bit lower, but when it does lose condition. Now another factor though is the baseball bat with arrow spike doesn't have to be sharpened, I don't think. But I've never. I don't recall if I've ever. Yeah, I don't recall if I've ever actually used it. In any case, I would like to give it a shot because this 40% crit rate with the same crit malt and a higher base damage, a higher baseline damage, or what is that? No, it's a higher minimum but a slightly lower maximum. So it's interesting, but the most important thing about it to me right now is the fact that it probably doesn't need to be sharpened, and because of that, I can go nuts with it a lot more easily. I don't have to stop and think about whether I need to sharpen the weapon or not. So I actually would definitely like to give this a shot. How do we make rail spike weapons? There's a tool called the rail spike puller. I actually don't think I have one with me, despite having the massive railroad out there. But I know where to get plenty of rail spikes. I think that we can get them at either of the railway stations. We've got the railway, the Louisville train station itself that we just cleared. But we've also got the train yard outside of the checkpoint. And this is 100% confirmed to have billions of rake spikes in the crates. This up here I am less confident of because I actually haven't explored the loot very much. So that's an easy win that we can take right now is just go down the road and explore what's down there. If there's plenty of rail spikes, then we'll come home with huge quantities of them and do some interesting things with those. When it comes to baseball bats, I can make them. I am carving level 9. We have the technology. We can make our own baseball bats. And that doesn't mean that we just have infinite baseball bats. It does cost a large branch, which are actually, they can be a little bit annoying to source sometimes. You get them from large trees, and you get them from foraging, but I don't know if you can use logs to make baseball bats. Nope, you can only use large branches, as I feared. So what that means is you can still get a lot of them, but it's not quite as easy as, well, it'll never be as easy as short bats. But yeah, let's actually see what kind of loot we've got in the train cubby here. This one appears to be looted and trashed. Welding materials. Crucibles? Are you kidding me? Alright, not what I was expecting, but I'll take it. That's what I wanted, railroad spikes. That's 10 railroad spikes just right there. Just Kind of hoping for a puller. Railroad spike puller. Only because I've never actually used one. There it is. I believe it counts as a long blunt weapon if you actually use it as a weapon. I wouldn't recommend it. It's like using a sledgehammer. But yeah, I'm right-clicking on a railroad, and I'm not seeing the option to do anything special, so I don't know if railroad spike pullers are actually capable of pulling spikes yet. Yeah, unless I'm missing something obvious here. That's unfortunate. Maybe that's why I don't actually have a railroad spike puller with me, because they don't do anything yet. Oh well. I'll keep it as a decoration. Maybe there'll be an update come along and it'll actually be useful. I think the large branches that I've harvested so far from trees, I think I've tossed them all into the charcoal burner. If I hadn't, there would be some on the floor up here. And there's exactly one on the floor. I suppose that's a fantastic start. Actually looks like an oversized set of tongs. I feel like you could hold a crucible with one of these. Hell yeah. Speaking of crucibles, we picked up 3 from there. We're just gonna put them on the anvil or something here. Ideally somewhere where they won't be picked up as often in the normal execution of crafting. And speaking thereof, .468 carving experience. We now have a crafted baseball bat. To make a rail spike baseball bat, we need a club, hammer, hand drill, railroad spikes ×2, and leather strips. Leather strips will be the only slightly annoying part of that, but we have plenty over here for now. I'm just gonna invest in my future here and like grab half of that stack, put them in the bin over here, at which point we should have everything we need in this area here. Emphasis on should. Wow, I literally threw a club hammer on the floor up there, and we still don't have one in this corner. Maybe, actually I know we should have a club hammer in the blacksmithing zone here. Therefore, okay, so the crate doesn't count as a crafting surface right now. Alrighty then. That's not a problem I expected to have. Most crates are perfectly fine as crafting surfaces, but, well, this is not. um, Cardboard boxes count as crafting surfaces. Am I really reduced to that? Do I have to put a cardboard box in my blacksmithing area just so that I have a crafting surface? Let's do it for now. Temporarily, at least. Baseball bat with rail spike. Does not have a sharpness stat and counts as an axe weapon, and on paper has some amazing stats. The only thing not amazing about it is that 50 durability, which I do suspect is going to mean that it's going to fall apart probably pretty fast. I'm going to go ahead and deploy and start using it to see what it feels like, but before we do that, I have to step away briefly IRL. Should not be gone too long. I don't want to lose daylight when we have really good weather here, so I am going to go ahead and pause the game while I step away here. And I actually have to... My computer crashed the other day, first time in a long time. We can thank CUDA 12 on LM Studio for that, which means I have to reopen my AFK message here. The one that I normally just keep minimized all the time. Alright, folks, I shall be right back just a moment. Oh. I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Alrighty. Let's see what this bat can do. I predict we'll get great results with it. I will just be curious to see how long those results last. Looks like we got 2 hatchlings. We'll have to come back and check the other one later. Because if it's a male hatchling, we need to get it into the chick grinder. Unfortunately, we do not need more roosters, lest we have more chicks than we can handle. Oh, right. This is now a spare battery. Ooh, haha, okay. There should be a fair number of large branches over here, right? No. Damn it. Okay. This entire pile of lumber over here is all from almost entirely small trees. So saplings, tree branches, twigs, wood splinters, no large branches. So I got excited for a second there thinking I had left a large collection of large... No, nope. Not a single large branch in there because they only come from very big trees. And the wilderness overgrowth system that comes with the erosion mechanic does not produce large trees. Large trees are spawned in, like these ones here, the ones that give 4 logs. Those spawn in at the beginning of the game, and they stay like that. What you see is what you get with those, depending on your world seed. Looks like we got a small group up here by the church. Perfect way to test this. Use the engine to get a couple of them. I like it so far. Not a very big sample size, but I like it. We've already lost 1 point of condition, so of course that's yeah, it's measuring up exactly to how I predicted it to be. Which means we'll want to make more of them if we can. And I don't see why we wouldn't be able to. Let's park for a quick getaway here. That's what my granddad taught me. This may be one of the best weapons in the game that doesn't have to be sharpened without getting too deep into the weeds on best in slot long blunts. Surprising we never kicked in the combat music there. I ain't gonna question it. So, if anybody didn't quite catch what I meant about the large trees, it might look like there's a lot of trees on the screen right now. I'm only seeing like 4 that actually jump out at me as being ones that will actually have a large branch spawn when we cut it down. So don't ever let the abundance of trees, or the apparent abundance of trees, convince you that you're surrounded by full-on baseball bats. Right now, if we dig into it, I am seeing 1, 2, I think that's... Let's just go with what I'm sure of here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, those are the only ones I'm sure of at a glance. There may be, some of these might be bigger than I'm predicting, but yeah. I'm seeing 4 right now, out of all these trees. It's, and of course, that being the biggest trees, they're the ones that take the most effort to cut down, so. I'm just gonna toot and let them show up at the T intersection there. And in the meantime, I'm gonna go this direction and see who heard the toot, maybe clear them out first, depending on how dense this gets. Lots of them hiding between the trees there. Interesting. My brain meat is going off of standard axe ranges, which actually is telling me that I should ignore the weapon model, because that is something you have to sometimes think about when you're doing axes. Firefighter axes have a range that is very well tested and very well correlated to the size of the weapons model itself. The kind of axe, the same axe, the forged axe. It's got all the same stats on paper as a firefighter axe, but it's the one that you can make yourself. Those have a model that is significantly longer than its hitbox actually is, which I have always found to be quite definitely one of the things of all time. That's been around for almost all of B42 so far. Early on, a fun story about the forged axe heads. Early on, I don't remember exactly which version of the game this was, but there was one old axe head that I found that did not seem to have a condition stat correctly applied to it, and so it never broke, ever. This was, I think... I don't remember which character that was. My early B42 characters kind of blur together a little bit. Alright, after all that, it's lost 4 points of condition? Yeah, hard to say. I don't really know what the bar means. definitely feeling like I wanted it to feel. Every once in a while it fails to one-shot, but that's not entirely surprising. Attack speed is okay. Range is standard, so I don't have any problems with it. Not at all. I mean, if nothing else, something with this low of a condition means we'll break it more often, which means, well, I would say something about maintenance experience, but maintenance experience would come a lot more readily if we actually sharpened all the blades that we use. But I have not been very good about that. Okay, Tio, how's it going? We picked up the rail spike baseball bat, and I'm liking it. I really am. It's feeling really good. Everything that I predicted about it is more or less as it is. Don't have to sharpen it, but it has a much lower durability. So, I'm here for it. We're getting like 9 out of 10 hits are a one-shot. Oh, of course not. Those don't count, because those were not hits. Those were misses. Fence fighting is always a... it's probably a skill issue. Come on over. Saw blade hatchets from Zeds. Interesting. That sounds like an event gone wild right there. Or was it from different places? The number of times you've told me about events that seem to be happening more often is further and further reinforcing my theory that I believe that events just seem to trigger a lot more when you're on higher pop. I saw you go right in that window. Where'd you... It just felt like going inside, I guess. Unpredictable weirdo. I'll give them a minute. There's 2 of them, so they should break it within a reasonable time frame. There it is. Somebody across the street. Oi, I'm over here.
Hey.
Moldar PD was full of punks and cops. We received a new insignia for my helmet here. And I've been thinking a little bit, since I did that, I've been thinking a little bit about finally pulling the trigger on getting my hair lightened up. Because we do have the technology now. We finally got some red hair dye. I've been sitting on it for a while, actually. And that was the last thing we needed to make some bright orange hair dye. Yeah, we well past our way to axe level 8. At which point, I believe we get a stamina bonus. Might make wood axes a little bit better to cut trees with. I've never experienced that. None of my characters have ever gotten anywhere close to Axe level 8. Whoa! Okay, that's an unusually dense group up there. What is my axe looking like? It's pretty good. Yeah, we're still at 2/3-ish. So let me move up here and use a little engine noise to break this group up. Did not intend on hitting the mailbox, but I did because I'm an idiot. Stink is getting bad. Not much of a surprise. Is that a sapling in your chest, or are you just happy to see me? I'm gonna go ahead and put the mask on. Probably should have put the rest of my armor on too, but a bit late for that now. We almost killed them all already. Who makes tailoring level 10? Anybody who gets enough materials, really. Once you get the right recipes, it's a pretty easy grind. It's also half the reason that my protection levels are 100% to the upper torso with no ambient discomfort. We are getting discomfort from the mask right now, though. Nothing we can do about that. There's no masks that'll give you odor protection without the commensurate debuff. Now that was 3 hits. I'm gonna blame that zombie's leather jacket. I have seen that multiple times at this point. Hello. Fucking corners, man. Genuinely shocked this door didn't break. I'm gonna try to flank him. Is there anyone else in the house that I can see? No. That was somebody else in the house. Or was it? Fuck you. There's at least 2 other people in the house.
Hey!
I'll bring them out to the central room if there are any sneaking around. Yeah, no, maybe. That was a class 3 right there. Fucking dodged the bullet. Fucking dodged the bullet. Was that a class 3? Oh, hold on a second. I need to review my own footage right there. Let me step back really quick. I don't need to put on the armor, he said, as he goes into a fucking house where there were 5 of them. 5 of them inside, possibly more. Yeah, no, I need to... Forgive me, I need to see what just happened. Now, the noise that the zombie made sounded like it was a grab. But I don't recall being forced to stop. What are we, like, about a minute or so ago now. So there's the yell. We wait a moment. We go back in. No, I never stopped. I never stopped. My feet were moving the entire time, so that was not a lock. I was in the middle of a pushing animation when she grabbed me. I don't know if that means anything. I don't get grabbed very often, so I really don't know these things. But yeah, you'll notice that my feet never stop moving. I qualify mistakes as, you know, Class 1 is letting a zombie get too close to you. Class 2 is, whatchamacallit, them actually winding up a grab animation. Class 3 is where they actually, where they actually stop your movement. The grapple system gets engaged. I don't see my movement getting stopped there. No, my movement never got stopped. Yeah, she was, maybe she just wasn't close enough. That's my current theory, is that she just wasn't close. That was still a mistake. Don't get me wrong. I'm not coping and seething about that. That was absolutely a mistake. I'm just trying to understand exactly how bad that got. And I don't think it could, I mean, obviously it could have been worse, but yeah, I don't have that happen very often. So when it does, I like to understand it as best I can. I mean, at the end of the day, that was really just getting corner fucked by a door, is what that was. Our pitiful line of sight looking into doorways is never, always be careful about doorways where there could be one on either side of it. Those are some of the worst situations to walk through. Somebody in, oh no, outside. Oi, church is closed. I think we're done with the mask for now. But yeah, that's enough excitement for one day. Fatigue is gonna hit any minute now. What is that, 3-4 chicks now? Yeah, we're gonna have to go count our chickens now that they've hatched. What I might do is go ahead and put our rooster out to pasture so that we stop getting any more fertilized eggs. Assuming that one of our chicks that have hatched is actually a male. That one can grow up and be our new rooster someday, and our current rooster can become a sandwich. Chicken nuggies. So while we were out, we picked up an electric blower forge. They still don't do anything as far as I know. I just want one because it looks cool. Of course, where would I put it? It doesn't really matter because it's not really required for the forge itself, so if I were to put it somewhere like over here-ish, maybe? It would actually look kind of cool if it was at the end of the conveyor belt. Problem is, I do believe the electric blower forge blocks movement. Double check that. Yeah, it blocks movement, so we're not doing that. Not without putting up a fence, which I was thinking about trying. I was thinking about trying fences for that before my thoughts got canceled by a zombie slapping something nearby here. So all in all, that baseball bat with the rail spike got us quite a few kills. I didn't count, and it's still got a third integrity left. This is pretty much a full day of use. We were at like 1660 last time I looked. That would not be counting the rifle kills we got earlier, though. So being at 17109 doesn't really mean anything to me in that regard. I don't look at my kill counts often enough. But I definitely feel like we got good, whenever I think about a weapon and how good it is for leveling purposes, and for killing purposes, I think of the ROI, how much we get for the materials we use to make it. And in that case, that feels pretty good. Because there's boxes and boxes full of rail spikes still. Just up the road. And while we're looting those rail spikes, we're coming home with more dub rods, which is an absolute 200% dub. A dub of the highest degree. Dubbed in the first degree, as it were. That would be my Discord. Mom is traveling again, so of course she's posting updates. Randomly, I checked a zombie's sunglasses that fell off, and they happened to be prescription sunglasses. I'm always on the lookout for those. A visual hole in your pants whenever you equip a satchel. Does it show up like on the side-ish? Because I think I've seen it before, but I don't remember what causes it or why I don't have it right now. I feel like it has something to do with what pants you're wearing and what satchel it is. I'm sure that doesn't help very much, but if you have different things to try on, that may... Near the boots, that I do not know. I have never... That does not ring a bell to me. Could not say for sure. But that does remind me that I could use a laundry run. What isn't bloody is dirty. Yeah, no holes that I can see near the ankles. Leather pants. Interesting. That's what I was just wearing myself. So I got nothing. Could not say. So we'll let that run while we sleep. as an overnight task, we'll need to do some more cooking, because that was the last roast that I had meal prepped. At least I think. Yes, there's no more meals that have been prepped ahead of time, so I'll take some ingredients out of the freezers now. Right on time for bed. If anybody's not familiar, we are not actually wearing Jackie J's outfit, but it is an exact copy of one. It's the exact same item that Jackie J is wearing, but we found this one in the trash and cleaned it up and fixed it up. Jackie J was buried wearing her outfit. Yes, that is going to weigh you down heavily. I don't think I ever really solved that. Now, at least I could say that if you're going to have to pick between them, for the weight to usefulness ratio, the pumpkin is definitely better than the watermelon. Watermelons can pretty much only be put into salads. Pumpkins, you got a lot more options with. Fortunately, I don't think anything the devs are going to do anytime soon is going to make this any less tedious. Might almost... Nah, not quite. I can fit all 7 of these roasts in the oven. I was just about to say this might be a case where I'll use the double-sided oven, but nope. That the glory of being organized means I can fit almost everything I'll ever want to cook into the same oven. I think most of these roasts came right out to be 60 or 70. .60 hunger is what you degrade in a single 24-hour period, so basically what we're looking at is a week's worth of food I just made. I'm going to go ahead and put like 3 of those in the freezer, and the rest into the fridge. And off to sleep we, or in that direction we go. About 20 minutes early for bed. Sounds like enough time to make a new reserve sword. Use up some of those steel bars that are laying around there. Yeah, man, this is getting tedious. I am going to need to establish some sort of a crafting surface here. Damn, that's... I really thought that one of these 2 damn crates would actually count as a crafting surface, but for some reason, we can't have nice things right now. Huh. Move the grindstone. Is that somehow making it so the crates don't count? Because they don't. So I would just put the grindstone there if it was not for the fact that I would like to be able to traverse in this direction. Suppose I could put it there. Yeah, because I can still use it from 2. Okay. Yeah, I'll put it there. But that doesn't do anything. It's still... There's no crafting surface here still. Um... Yeah, that's right. I'm about to use a plastic table. Looks like we got good weather today. Definitely looks windy. It's kind of hard to see, but there is a subtle cloud texture on the ground, and it is moving very quickly. Yeah. And what does windy mean? That means your shooting is a little bit less good. A little bit less good. I already hate it. Oh, yeah. Okay, never mind. Well, I have an idea. What if I put the table as such? Can I still go around the... Nope. Okay, so that means I can't go around the truck. At least not in that direction. But then if I put the grindstone... There's just no good solution to this. There really isn't. Not right now. There's literally no good solution to this. Those crates were supposed to be my crafting surfaces. Alright, I guess that works for now, until I figure out what the fuck is going on with these crates. Maybe picking them up and putting them back down again will work, but I don't know. There's also a small possibility that having a certain amount of stuff on a surface might actually make it no longer count as crafting surface. That sounds really stupid, and yet for some reason I get this sinking suspicion that it might be the case. No. Okay. I have no idea then. I feel like I've seen weird shit like that before, but doesn't appear to be the case this time. Is the sword two-hand? Yes. All swords generally are two-handed except for short swords or machetes. So we've got a sword on our slot 3 here and a machete on our slot 2. They have almost all the same stats except the machete has a shorter reach at the trade-off of being a one-handed weapon. So if I need to carry something in my offhand, then or if I need to do close quarters combat, that's where the machete comes out. Yeah, I guess the forge warped the crates. But actually, you know what? I don't hate this too much. I have a... Let me try this, actually. If I put the table right here, and I stand right here, that doesn't count. Well, at the end of the day, it does not hurt me to move the gold bars. The gold bars actually don't block movement. So I could put the gold bars somewhere else. Or, I mean, just honestly leaving it like that's probably fine. Yeah, since the gold bars don't actually block movement. If I feel like moving the gold bars for aesthetic reasons, maybe we'll do that later. But for now, this is functional. I got access to the table right there. I can still grind, and I got both crates and the truck. That is the... I shouldn't need the table. I really shouldn't. But if it has to be there, then there we go. That works. So we got no shooty water falling from the sky. That means we're not shooting for today. It would be a waste of ammo to shoot if we're not going to get very good hits. So this sword I just made for combat we'll put into the heavy combat truck here. And I was mentioning this the other day. We're gonna do a logistics run. I'm gonna go back to the West Point area with that blue throwaway car we picked up, and we'll return from there with a bunch of good stuff. Now what we got on the floor right here is a bunch of useful stuff for sports cars. And at our destination at West Point, there is a sports car that needs to be fixed up. Specifically, it is another one of these West Point police cars. Those count as sports cars. So we're actually going to take this with us. And any of it that we don't use will just come back with us because we haven't filled anything in the seats of it. So this thing, we put a new battery in it, and there's going to be a little bit of gas in the tank. But we're going to want to put some more gas in the tank. Okay, I thought there was gas in the tank. I don't know why. I was wrong. Oh, that was the other one. That was the other one. That was this this one up here. Came with a little bit of gas in the tank. Okay. Yeah, let's get some gas in it then. Just a 2-liter. That's more like it. So it's not like we're gonna need to fill up the tank completely, but we'll put a little bit, maybe like a half tank or something like that. Do a quick perimeter check. I don't suspect any hate, but just the other day we had a few people stuck on the doors back here, so I can't guarantee anything right now. We don't gotta be greedy. Yeah, there's a lot of depth. Admittedly, there's a lot of tedium too. One of the things about this game is that it's a little difficult to take it at face value because there's a lot of balance in the game that is being the game is being balanced under the assumption that you're going to have a colony of players or colonists, like NPCs, with you. But NPCs are not currently in the game. So the game really doesn't feel like it's in the best spot right now. But if you're somebody who is a pathological do-it-yourselfer like myself, then you can probably get a lot of enjoyment out of it right now. Or if you are okay with playing it in multiplayer, you got a group of homies that are into it, then you can diversify your tasks so that people come in there with different skill sets, and you don't have to worry as much about the about things taking forever to do by yourself, because there's other people that can help you out. See, when NPCs get added to the game, I've said this a lot, but when NPCs get added to the game, I'm probably just going to keep playing it as I am right now. Although I probably will, I'll save NPCs mostly probably for sentimental value. I'll probably still end up doing all the work myself for everything. So this is the Louisville military checkpoint. We've got stuff staged to be picked up, but none of it is essential. It's, I mean, you know, do I need more red generators when I've got like 50 of them on the floor up there? No. They're just, if I happen to be in this direction with a free trunk of a vehicle, then sure, I'll pick them up. But otherwise, we are currently going back to West Point for a targeted pickup. We'll repair the sports car we got there waiting for us and use it to tow back a step van. Oh my god. Yeah, no, if there's honestly, again, if there's even the slightest chance of them trampling my crops will be under padlock, and the NPCs will never be granted access. So I did a bit of a doof, and I did not bring any of my welding torches with me. Normally that I wouldn't consider that a problem necessarily, because I probably, well, there's the thing, I might need to do some repairs, so that might be a mistake. We'll see. There's also, what I should have done is I didn't bring my sacks either. This is actually very poorly executed right now. I should have brought sacks so that I could pick up some clay, and I should have brought torches so that I can actually do the repairs that I'm trying to do. So we've already failed one of our objectives here. It's all right. Yeah, we'll be fine. We'll figure something out. We've got 4 step vans here in need of being picked up, and honestly, this is the only vehicle that we can repair right now. This one right here, the police car. It's the only vehicle on this lot that is capable of towing a step van forward. Step van can't tow each other, so. And that being said, we drove right past a couple of vehicles that are capable of towing step vans. The Chevalier Nialas, the law enforcement ones. Those would require a lot of work to fix, though, so we'll see. In any case, we got our tires here. I'll check real quick and see if I did leave a torch here. If I was smart, I would have, but not very often. Despite what it might seem like. I'm actually not very smart. Yeah, no. No torches here. I centralize my torches a lot, because I incorrectly assume that I'm always going to have one somewhere with me. Let's just see if we can get started here. what do we got for brakes here? We've got all the necessary tires, so we really just need brakes, one for each spot. And then we've got this car right here that we brought home just to be a donor vehicle, and the performance tires over here too. So we've got more than enough of everything. Yeah, I don't, I would not expect the mods to be very good, to be honest, because, modding potential in this game for deep systems is going to be relatively limited at this moment. Well, it's always going to be a little bit limited because, modding in this game uses Lua for, like, kind of mid-level stuff. You can't do any low-level Java stuff, even though the game is written in Java. I should very much like it that we would be able to have multiple vehicle windows open at the same time if they're close enough together. That would be very helpful. But I'll survive. Alright, so the entire lower part of the vehicle is 100% performance sus and performance tires. The brakes are regular, but that's okay. I mean, when it comes to towing force, that's what I'm most interested in right now, and the tires and suspensions are more important to that than brakes. We should have a battery right here, and a gas tank right here. A gas tank that has not been repaired. Yeah. See, when we found this car right here, of course it was a wreck. I think we've got... These are rear doors, I believe, yeah. I went out of my way specifically to collect rear doors because we would not be able to find them from other sources. Or rather, we wouldn't be able to find them from too many sports cars. Very few, relatively speaking, sports cars have... well, they're not as common, sports cars with rear doors. But I didn't bother going out of my way to collect front doors and windows because I assumed, perhaps incorrectly, that we wouldn't have any trouble finding any. Honestly, I think we'll be fine with these. Could use some repairs still, but that's fine. And there's stuff on the seat, because of course there is. Probably do have some duct tape in here still. Have lots of duct tape in here still. So we can actually use that to make these seats not suck as much. Which is only something I would do if I had a lot of spare duct tape, which, as I said, we do have a lot of spare duct tape, so this is an acceptable expenditure. Now, does it actually matter what integrity level your seats are? Not really. Someday it might, but currently, as far as I know, it doesn't. I feel like if this game was in a better state, mechanically speaking, it would probably affect something like discomfort. Maybe the amount of stuff you can store on the seat, but yeah, it would probably be more. It would be more likely discomfort. Yeah, no. We know how these guys work, Kitio. That's unfortunately. Very unfortunately, we know exactly how these guys think. So the fact that there's no radio slotted into the vehicle is actually fine. We will be driving right past a ton of military radios on our way back. Now the last, but probably most important part is we need to repair the engine itself. And for that, we're going to need some engine parts. I do not know which one of these vehicles I've sacrificed the engines of. That one for sure. This one also. Now I'm perfectly okay with sacrificing the engine parts of some of these. But I would rather not use the ones on my lot if there are some nearby that I can sacrifice the parts from. So I'm going to go ahead and, well, first we'll have a bite to eat. And then we're going to go and grab engine parts from nearby vehicles. Bite to eat and pump the tires up. And get a can of, or just a little bit of gas here. Alright, tires pumped, a little bit of gas in the tank. The engine still needs work. It's only 3% integrity. However, it will at least start. We can get it over by the pump, get some gas in the tank, and then what we'll do is we'll just take it down the road and park next to some vehicles that actually have engines in them and get those engine parts into this bad boy. Now when the engine is only at 3% integrity, what that is a risk of it randomly just cutting out. It also, I believe, will put out a lot less engine power for the purposes of towing, like towing force. Oh, of course, this thing would have performance brakes. Whatever, I don't need to think too hard about that right now. The engine quality is 36, which is pathetic. It yielded 14 engine parts. And yes, you can fix engines while they're running. Whatever 14 times 3 is, that's what we'll be getting from this. Yeah, 45 is now the engine percentage. I think we've pulled the engine parts from both of these. No, just one of them. That one we got 15 from, so nice. That might get us really close to 100. Yeah, we're at 90% now, so we only need like 3 or 4 more parts. And we got a little bit more than that. I'm here for it. Engine is 100% integrity. The engine quality is 96, so the baseline chance for it to fail to start is only 4%. But then, of course, you add weather, and then it becomes whatever the fuck the weather feels like. Oh my god. Stop giving them ideas. Stop, you're making them stronger! I am about 99.9% sure that we're not going to find any welding torches in the building here, but I'm just going to do a quick peek anyway. I'm usually pretty thorough when I pass through this place because I have based in here before, so I know the layout very well. There's always a chance I missed something somewhere, though. This would be the best place to find a torch if I hadn't already looted it. Check the lockers. Yeah, okay, we got close. There's a toolbox. So the chance is not zero. This guy's got coveralls for every occasion. There's another toolbox. So like I said, our chances are not zero. This one only has rods, fiberglass tape. Honestly, Mason's chisel and pipe wrench. I'll leave the chisel here in at my base in this area. That's all the lockers. So, the chance is definitely non-zero, but in this case, we did not get any. It's looking like I might end up spending the night here, so I might go ahead and check some garages then. Because if I can just get the torch, any torch, then I can effect repairs to the trunk, and it, well, most importantly, it stops being ugly, but the second most important thing is I can carry some of the stuff, a little bit more of these things back with me. Because all these step vans, except for Mr. Hung's is completely empty. But he's going to be returned on a separate trip, so we prioritize these 3 trucks first because they're full of ammo. You see, a lot of my other bases will have a torch laying around for this exact reason. Because sometimes I actually do come back to the area, and I actually do have need for a torch. propane is easier to find than torches. Silly as that might sound, there are a lot of propane grills out there. There are not quite as many propane torches. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and go visit some houses with garages. And we'll just see if we get lucky within the next 2 hours in-game here. And if we don't, then so be it. We'll just go home with what we got. This is one of the only times you'll see this, and I don't know if this is an artifact of something they're working on elsewhere. But right now, you'll notice that my tail lights are producing white light, which is interesting because we put white light bulbs into the tail lights. However, if we were to, I think if we leave the area and come back, then it'll just be back to regular red lights. So whatever mechanic, if that's intentional, then it is not permanent at the moment and not fully functional. If it's not intentional, then I'm very curious how it happened. One of the first gameplay videos that I posted on this channel has the low rider featured in it. It's a fucking it's a Heroes and Generals video with me bouncing around on a tank because that tank got stuck on a rock, and I was trying to bounce it so that it fell off the rock. Now we've got a whatchamacallit, a propane canister up here, but that is not what we need right now. We actually have a propane canister at our base in the area. I'm going to try my luck at a basement because there's one right in front of me here. Not the most safe thing to be doing. Thumb is on the space bar in case I need a push. I mean, I didn't even need to push, and yet I pushed anyway because I hate that situation where you're pulling apart a door and you have absolutely no way of telling if there's somebody right on the other side of it. So this is one of those basements that has the same layout as the one that you'll see the survivor thing in, where there's like some sandbags and a ham radio and writing on the wall saying, "I won't become one of them." But unfortunately, it does not contain such a thing and therefore is useless to me. As far as basements go, that one's a fixer-upper. Garages are easier to get into, which is why I try to focus on them. Now I don't think we're actually find any houses with garages in them. Wait a minute. There is a tool store over here, I believe. And I don't think I did a very good job of clearing it out. I feel like I just passed through it, if anything. Well, no. No, I emptied all the containers, and what that means is if there was a welding torch, I probably took it. Daniel, how's it going? I would say that all good is not an incorrect statement. Definitely, we're not doing perfectly because there's a lot of things we could be doing better, but, you know, overall, we're doing pretty okay. Never looked in these crates here. What? A miner helmet. I've never seen this before. I don't think it's going to be any better than what we're currently using, but that's interesting looking. In fact, it is a lot worse. The protection stats are the same, but this miner helmet has vision impairment. And, you know, I gotta be real with you guys, this is what's making me scared for the helmet I'm currently wearing. I don't know if it's intentional that it happens to be best in slot. It's best in slot because it has 70 bite, 80 scratch with no vision impairment. And yet it's the only one in the game that has that protection level without any impairment. And that makes me fear that it's probably just an oversight. The devs forgot to add it. And oh man. If they nerf my helmets, I'm going to be quite sad about it. Because that means just riding helmet is the best you'll ever have, and that's really fucking boring to me. It takes a lot of effort to get this helmet. You have to fight your way into Chapel Mount Downs. That is not something you can do in the early game unless you manage to sneak into Louisville and then sneak past hundreds of zombies without ever putting yourself in an extremely bad scenario. But yes, there is not going to be any welding torches here. Those do not have flashlights as far as I can tell. If they did, there would be a battery amount, and there would be a way to activate the flashlight, but I saw neither. Believe it or not, I don't think West Point has very much else in terms of tool shoppery that we haven't already hit. Now, once we get past this line up here, we start delving into territory that I have imperfectly cleared, if at all. For example, this area up here, we did some fights, but I cannot guarantee my safety if I hang out in this area. Of course, I would have checked that garage. You could also be thinking of 7 Days to Die. 7 Days to Die miner helmets used to be amazing, but now they're just helmets that happen to have a mod installed in them. So all the joy of having a miner helmet in that game has been removed. I was hoping for house keys. If we nailed some house keys, we might be able to get into the basement easily. I'm going to go ahead and sleep here really quick, since it is my bedtime, and we'll continue the search until tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, no matter what, we'll depart to return. Instead of trying to barricade a room, which would require finding planks, which is a lot of work, I'm going to exercise my privilege as a carpenter and just move a bed into a room that doesn't have windows. Why, yes, that's right. I'm sleeping right next to the bathtub. It's behind a solid door and there's no windows, so by my standards, that is a secure place to sleep. Wouldn't get away with that in Extinction mode, but one of the many reasons I'm not currently playing it. What button is it to speed time fast without manually moving around? It's the function keys. So F2 is pause, F3 is normal speed, F4 is fast forward 1, F5 is level 2, and F6 is level 3. So it's your F keys starting at F3 is normal speed, and then left is slower and right is faster. What game mode am I playing? I'm playing Lorcana mode, which is the default Apocalypse. I talk about why I select my game settings in the description. Hey, look at what's on the table here. Oh, poppies. I thought for a second those were going to be... Unfortunately, those are not... I thought they were roses. As far as I know, roses don't exist. Alright, let's go ahead and just disassemble the door then. Can you open this door, please? No. I think this is going to be an exercise basement. I can already... It already looks like it based on the stairs and the walls. I'll find out in just a moment. I actually want to take a little bit of stuff out of my backpack because right now I am quite over-encumbered, as it were. Not an exercise basement. No idea what we might find here. I could use a wooden mallet, sure. Couple of empty closets, mostly empty. Yeah, quite a disappointing. West Point has very temperamental loot options. I feel like it's either stacked or it's absolutely garbage. Did I kill all the eggs in this? Yes. So, the Apocalypse has recently had a change where, as of when we started this character, slightly before that actually, the default settings is now that respawns are turned off. So we killed all the zombies in here quite a while ago, actually. And, of course, respawns now being off. They are gone forever. Good riddance. But, of course, that does not mean that there's no threats here, because all I have to do is miss one or two. And all it takes is one. And the further we go in this direction, the more likelihood of zombies not getting the memo. All I need is a single welding torch, but I mean, at this point I'm mostly just looting around to pass the time overnight. If I don't find a welding torch, then whatever. We're heading back tomorrow regardless. because we got some Louisville work to do. I don't want this stream to be false advertising. It does say Louisville in the title. How do you go about cleaning an area of Zeds? You can let sound do a lot of the work for you. Like, for example, I've not been in a lot of these buildings yet, but I have been up and down this street doing a lot of firearms discharge and light bar usage with the vehicles making a lot of noise. So I can be reasonably sure that all but the deaf zombies, or the ones that are, like, you know, really hard of hearing, or maybe the ones that got stuck in a room or something, the vast majority of the foot mobiles have been dealt with. So as long as we maintain our vigilance regarding ones that could be hiding somewhere, as long as we maintain our vigilance with that, then we can be relatively sure that there's not going to be, you know, just big groups waiting around every corner. Because that's what we would have if this was not a cleared area. I don't know why I keep coming back in that direction. There's nothing. Now, the further I go in this direction, the more garages we're going to see, because the houses get nicer past the school up here. But also, that's where we enter territory that I have not very diligently cleared. Is this a garage? No, this is a workshop-ish. I'm going to check first. Lots of stuff on this shelf, but none of it apparently what I need. I'll take a car battery charger, sure. Those are always useful. That's what I'm talking about. 2 welding torches and a steel sheet. That's all I needed. So we actually picked up a couple of rope. On our way back, we could rope up one of those stacks of logs on the ground. We cut some trees for the purposes of zombie combat down here at the end of the road as we get closer to our base. So I mentioned before, oops, I need to get out. I mentioned before that there were a couple of opportunities to recover sheriff cars. For that, we would need engine parts, though. And so I'm going to harvest a couple of engine parts. Can't open the hood unless it's unlocked. That was a lot of engine parts. Very nice. Did this one have in it? This one had A couple of decent parts, but... Well, the battery's charged, so I'll go ahead and take it home. See, when it comes to standard, we should have more than enough of almost everything, thanks to all of the throwaway vehicles that we already brought here and are currently chilling in our parking lot. How many of those I'll ever need to use again is an open question, but I want to assume that there will be a little bit of back and forth between our current situation and Phallus Lake. And these were the logs I was talking about here. Since we have some rope, we can do that. And that actually makes the logs worth carrying, because if they're not stacked up, then they're not even worth carrying. I don't usually carry around rope, but happen to find some. Put this over here with the other blue one. Blues Brothers over here. Quite hungry, so we're going to go ahead and have a hearty meal here. Or just something nice and Diet Cola-like. An entire 2-liter. That'll shut up a lot of hunger right there. Bedroom right here. Do you guys organize your bits of string by shape and feel and length and color too? I missed that before, Zacto. I may or may not do such a thing. I might have to plead the fifth. So I'm going to celebrate the acquisition of that welding torch by promptly putting one of them here in the base and leaving it here. Because I always should have one at each of my bases. The other one we'll actually use for what we needed it for, and that is repairing the trunk of this thing. That will bring the amount of storage space in that trunk from a disgusting 19 to a beautiful 58, which is actually enough to fit an entire generator if we have one, but I don't think we have a spare right now. No, we do not have a spare, and that's okay. It's just something to be aware of. There are plenty of other things that I could bring back with me right now. Primarily parts for sports cars, because there are no longer any sports car repairs that I need to do here. I didn't plan that. That just happened to be a perfect fit. 3 perfect performance tires. The gas tank is regular. Even if I were to fix it, it would not be a big, so I'm not too worried about that. I'm not going to yank the parts out of this one because I don't know if I... the engine quality is only 70, so I don't foresee myself necessarily using it, but I would much sooner sacrifice the standards before a sports car. So, in order to fill up the back seats of a police cruiser like this one, you gotta open the door using the radial menu and stick stuff into the seats from there. That is the recommended way of doing it. You cannot access the back seats from the front, because the back seats are where they put the perps. Ooh, that sounds like 30 more encumbrance you're going to have to go home with. Isn't it? Okay, that is every seat and interior location filled up. Now we've got the trunk itself. If I wanted to do a generator, the only option right now is the one on the roof, which is not really an option. So there are no generators right now to be transported. Let me reevaluate the ammo vans. This is the ultimate reason that we came back here. These ammo vans are just full of nothing but cartons of ammo. If anybody's not familiar with the B42 ammo system, you've got bullets, then you've got boxes of bullets, then you've got cartons of boxes. So the cartons are 12 boxes of whatever bullet caliber you're talking about. It looks like all 3 of these have stuff on these seats. And the trunks are completely 100% full. Okay. But Mr. Hung's should be completely 100% empty, because that was what I did. Yeah, okay. Man, we're getting it from all angles here. We got fog and rain. Now, whenever you see this, rain plus fog, sometimes the fog goes away completely right when the rain does. Not guaranteed, but I've noticed that happens sometimes. This duffel bag is filled with nothing but magazines for 1911 auto. And this laundry bag is filled with engine parts. Now, what we're going to do with these engine parts, actually, is we're going to use them on the road back. I do have to step away briefly, IRL. Won't be gone long. We'll just have our girl chill in a moment here. For a moment while I step away. And also the music has died, so I'll go ahead and fire up the game's music. Got a little playlist here. 60 is usually what I set it at. Alright, I'll be right back, folks, just a moment. Alright, I have returned. I appreciate everybody sticking around. Alrighty. So, our current location is West Point, but our goal is to get back to Louisville, especially now that the weather's cleared up. As I predicted, as soon as the rain stopped, the fog just disappeared. which is fantastic. It's exactly what I wanted for Christmas. So, what we're going to do, I'm going to run around and go harvest a little bit more vehicle parts from the local vehicles that I'm never going to do anything else with. And when I say vehicle parts, I mean mostly engine parts. Forgot to close one of the doors. I do love having my bases built so that I can drive right through them, even if I don't get the opportunity to use that feature quite as often. So we're just going to run around and collect some vehicle parts, engine parts rather, and then we're going to hand carry those with us as we depart. And where we're going to use them is we're going to use them on the road back. We're going to put them into the engines of some wrecked sheriff vehicles, and those wrecked sheriff vehicles, well, there's going to be a lot more work to do to repair them, but this is just going to be something we can do that's useful on the way back. Most of the food in here is rotten, but there's a couple of non-perishables in there. Brush them off, they'll be fine. That limit broke our inventory. Oops. Well, I suppose worse things have happened. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go ahead and, since that limit broke my inventory and I literally can't pick anything else up, I'm just going to go dump engine parts into one of the cruisers that I want to fix. Now, if anybody wasn't here earlier when I mentioned this, one of the only reasons we're doing, like, you know, chill vehicle work right now as opposed to progressing through Louisville is the no shooty water that's falling from the sky right now. that is reducing my effectiveness with firearms, because yes, the weather actually does fuck up your chance to kill with guns. So that's why I call fog no shooty gas, and I call rain no shooty water. No shooty juice, even. The cars that I'm talking about are up here on the right. Somewhere-ish. I didn't go right past them already, did I? Boy, I would feel really stupid if I just went right past them already. I feel like they were closer than this. No, there they are. Okay. I remember them being right after a turn. I forgot exactly which turn that was. Now, we actually came across these cars really early on in the game, but they were part of a police blockade that was blocking our progression down the road, and we wanted to explore some stuff, so we just got we looted them, took the guns out of them and whatnot, but then just got them out of the way and left them here. So we actually did have enough spare engine parts on us to completely 100% that engine. And now we still have some left over. This one will definitely not 100%, but I will gladly dump the parts into it. 91%. Wow, okay. I literally just need a very small amount more. I know there's the rest area that the sign shows is a whatchamacallit over here. And there's also some standard cars in the lot here. The zombies that are gonna come around that barricade up there are not that big of a concern, because they the concrete barricades right now, for some unknown reason, are unjumpable. Zombies don't flip over them, players can't jump over them, so they might as well be walls. Jeez Louise. Yeah, we have way more parts than we need. That was a spear that was stuck in a zombie. We just left it on the floor. Hello there. Alright, we'll deal with that guy really quick as soon as we empty the stuff in our inventory. It's a slow one, so taking it under advisement, but not freaking out. I hear you. I know. I'll deal with you in just a moment here. Thank you for your patience. We're actually not far from the next level of glass making. So all this glass that we're about to get, we can actually put to a good home later. And when I say a good home, what I really mean is probably just some wine glasses, or perhaps drinking glasses. We have ascended beyond jars for the moment. You can smash the glass directly from the right-click menu, but then you have to go around and pick it up, and it gets all over the floor, and it's just a mess. So just right here in the local area, we've actually got plenty of vehicles we can steal the parts from. God damn it, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Holy shit. Another goddamn severe scratch. This time on my goddamn neck. This fucking game, dude. I knew that there was a small chance of that, but that is so fucking annoying. Severe scratch from a fucking bush. It's the second time that our character has taken any sort of injury in this universe. And both times it has been because of fucking bushes. God, now I know how dictators in the Middle East feel. Those fucking bushes, man. Those fucking bushes. Yeah. He's right about that. Take my fucking revenge on these bushes. I'd piss on it if I could. But I can't, so I'm just gonna have to pretend I did. So what we could do is we could take parts to the cars, but what I'd rather do at this current juncture is take the cars to the parts, because we got a parking lot full of cars with parts on them. We're just going to drag this bad boy right around the corner here. See, this is what I mean about the glass going everywhere right here. Yeah, you would think that after all that glass breakage I just did... No, I'm not going to finish that sentence. I don't want to give the devs any ideas. They'll fucking do it if I say it. Even if I don't say it, they'll probably do it anyway, so... I'm gonna check inside real quick for some food. I see some chips on the floor. Almost finished bag of chips. Pathetic. That's what I'm talking about. Chips. So we picked up a steel sheet. What I'm going to do with that actually is fix the gas tank I just pulled out of the car right there and get that repaired. And I'm sure we'll find a couple more steel sheets in the area, so there's a couple more things we can repair. Most important thing would be probably the gas tanks first, and then the trunk second, and then everything else third. So theoretically, I could actually turn it on now. Yeah, it's got a very small amount of gas. And a perfect battery and a perfect engine. So despite the fact that it's a complete absolute wreck, it'll start 100% of the time now, theoretically. All theoretically. Very theoretically. Like, you have no idea how theoretical that is. The fact that it's raining might even be a factor. I haven't looked at the code lately. Last I looked, it was just cold. But I don't know. I don't know if that's the only factor now. Open this door, please. So I only saw one good tire in there. Performance. Everything else is mostly trash, though. Performance sucks too. Congratulations, your personal go to a movie in Louisville. Too much zombie. Yeah. Well, that 446 days is far from my record. I think my record is somewhere in the 700s. At this point, the bigger danger to my saves coming to a conclusion prematurely. The biggest danger is the devs updating the game, which is perfectly fine by me, as long as the update is substantial. And with this will be the last useful part on this one. We move on to, there's a couple of other standards in this lot. Oh, I do have a windshield. Okay. Still carrying that around. This is where having a better turning radius on the vehicle would be a massive improvement. That's where the Jeep is probably very, very good. This Niala right here is our next candidate. Yeah, I see you in there, buddy. I'll come deal with you in a moment. All those windows, and he had to be the one to choose for the door. See if there's any food here. Rotten potatoes, of course. Ingredients. Oh, we got chips. We'll eat chips. I was kind of hoping a restaurant would have more than that. Alright, out of here. Sweet. There's all the rest of our tires. Jeez, even the brakes are performance. Wasn't expecting that. If anybody's not familiar, this bag in our hands right here is called an advanced, or a large frame pack. The large frame pack can be made with high-level tailoring, carpentry, and I think just those two skills. You need to be able to make a backpack frame with carpentry, and then the rest of the bag is made with tailoring, and it requires two large leather. So right now, that's basically just you have to sacrifice 2 cows, which is well, that ended up being very worth it. These are the biggest backpacks in the game, bar none. They are bigger than the military backpacks, however, their encumbrance reduction is weaker, which is why for regular carry I always use the military backpack, but for carrying around something in my hand, I will gladly switch over to the frame packs. Where are the zombies? We killed them all a long time ago in this area. This area particularly is clear for now. Respawns are no longer enabled by default, and we play all default settings, so I'm here for it. Having an area full of zombies that I've already killed is not exactly a fun prospect for me. There's a couple of other parts I might take from here, but otherwise, that's a good start. In zombie heaven, possibly real heaven, depending on how you look at it. I personally am of the opinion that people who are zombies are in a sort of purgatory state, and so our job is to release them from their purgatory. Honestly, everything in here already is performance. I'll try to keep it that way if I can. Gonna go ahead and use the headlights. Thing over here is performance too. Oh man, that is beautiful. Yeah, the frame packs are absolutely worth it. Cannot thank you enough for recommending me that. I think we're going to be short by 1 performance break. Oh, no, we're not. Not even close. We are beautifully stocked. The entire undercarriage is 100% perfect performance. Wasn't expecting that, but I will take it and I'll like it. We're out late. I'm actually going to go ahead and just drink some coffee right now. I would just grind straight through Longblade 1 if I didn't have the book. You just want to collect things. I have been a terrible influence. Some keys on the floor up there. That might actually be what we need. We stole all the wheels and whatchamacallit from it, but we never had the keys. I wouldn't normally have allocated duct tape to that, but I literally just found it, so I don't really care. It was in the seat already. This is the only car in the lot I haven't checked yet. I don't expect anything impressive. It looks pretty beat up. But there's a front door that's perfectly intact, and that's exactly what I need right now. all the cars here have performance parts. Like every single car on this lot, performance parts. Kind of wild. Very here for it. So I only actually need two more, or rather, one more brake in the bag here for the other vehicle. These other two performance brakes here are actual spares, so they can just go in there. Oops. Let's go in there. Alright, so here's how we're going to play this. This one that I just put all the parts we're going to use for it. Shit, hang on. Changing my bandage first. This is the one we're going to take home with us right here. Because we'll have enough parts to fix everything on the other one, but that one right there we won't. So what we're going to do is leave this one here, the one that is just about done, we're going to leave it here as a something to come back and pick up, and then return to West Point with. Check, make sure everything on the floor here is garbage, except for that one. Take several tries. This happens a lot on 100 quality engine vehicles. The chances of hot wiring are much lower. Feels nice to have a wreck completely 100% restored. I'm always here for that. And it feels very weird to just leave it behind now that we're done with it, but that is that's the logistical chain that we're doing here. Since we don't have enough parts to fix the other one, but this one is already completely done, then we just leave this one here for the next pickup. Just come down here to the current lot with the throwaway and swap it out for that one. In the meantime, we'll take this other one home with us, and the remaining parts that we need to fix it are going to be available to us right back at West Point, because it only needs standard, it does not need sport like this one does. Now, in order to tow it forward, I'm actually going to yank the tires off because it's not going to need them, they're garbage. Towing it without tires is currently a lot more efficient than the other way around, believe it or not. I do not eagerly await the day that they will fix this, because someday it'll be fixed, and towing will be as miserable as they want it to be, with no workarounds. Probably make it to third gear. That's always the thing you want to strive for if you're going to be doing a tow forward. You want to make it to third gear. If you don't, then you might as well just go backwards. At 3,500 RPM. If I had a manual gear shift, I would have just shifted it myself. Now, when you're towing something that is easily fishtailed like this one, you can actually do a little exploit here. You notice my speed jumped up when I did that by intentionally fishtailing it a little bit. We have, while it's fishtailing, it very briefly does not drag your, or does not like slow your vehicle down as a tow job normally would. So the act of fishtailing it like that will actually make it so we can increase our speed. Surprised I never made it to 3rd gear. I'm only going 45. I guess that is the power of a sports cop car. Now, of course, once you start going over 40 with a vehicle that doesn't have any tires, you start doing this shit, and that's actually dangerous. Dangerous to the vehicle that's doing the towing. What the fuck did I hit? What in the actual literal fuck did I hit? Okay, yeah. You screw with towing a wheelless vehicle, and I guess it'll screw with you. Fuck, I'm not gonna rewind that, but I feel like I didn't actually hit anything. Maybe I just wasn't paying any attention, and like a pixel of the edge of my hood skirted the side of that thing. There's no invisible. If there was an invisible wall on any of the tiles of that particular bridge, I feel like I would have noticed it by now. And whatever that was a serious front collision, because our windshield. This was a 100% windshield. Yeah, that was a serious front collision. I guess we can blame the barriers. I mean, the barriers are fucked up right now. Whatever the devs are doing with them. It didn't work the first time, and they haven't touched them in the past, what was it, 2 builds? It's been like this since 42.16 when we started this character. And it is now 42.18. Now, that being said, that may require map, like a new map. We might have to, like, start over to see changes like that. Just want it to be within range of those two. That'll do the trick. Oh, so much for having a perfect windshield for a sports car on standby. You're gonna have to use this one. I'm not coming home with a vehicle that has cosmetic damage on the windshield. Fuck no. Yeah, the hood... Okay, so the windshield can't have been in perfect condition. I don't know. I mean, whatever that collision was, both headlights lost 21%. And the hood is down at least 18%. I remember this being a perfect hood. Fuck. Well, whatever. Right now, all I really care about is not wasting space on a damaged windshield. It is second bedtime now. I have a bite to eat. Using some stuff that I really should have brought with me if I was going to be doing that recovery op overnight. I'm going to wash the bandage that we've used. And tomorrow morning when I wake up, I'm going to sterilize the bandage that I just washed. You can sterilize bandages by boiling water on a stove. Keep it boiling, right-click on it while it is at max hot, and you can use the or the sterilized bandage recipe. Or at least that's what we would do if we had a pot, but we don't. We have a bucket. And buckets can actually be used as pots. Sometimes I forget about that. Alright, generator on. You know, if wound infection is going to be something we actually have to care about, then sure, I'll do a load of laundry, I guess. Shouldn't need to, but doesn't matter. Some of our clothes are a little bit dirty, and I guess that's all it takes. I'm pretty sure wound infection is on a hair trigger right now, because the devs want wounds to be more threatening, and I think they erred on the side of just make them extremely threatening, and then we'll rebalance it based on how much complaints we get. Did a zombie hit you? No. This character has never been touched by never had blood drawn by a zombie. I cannot say she's never been touched because there was a close call actually earlier this stream where it's a little questionable as to whether that actually was. No damage has been occurred. We have never had anything on our body turn red over here because of a zombie, but we have now had 2 scratches because of bushes. So we are now boiling one of those buckets of rainwater, and as soon as it goes from tainted to not tainted, we can right click and sterilize this bandage here. And you know what? God damn it, I did it again. I put the stuff that was supposed to go in the wash into the dryer. I don't know why I did that, but it's not the first time I've done that here. What I'm going to do actually is just go ahead and sterilize the rest of the bandages that I have here, because I have a lot of water in this bucket. Would I play it out? I mean, if my characters get infected, they know exactly what to do. They carry it around everywhere they go. They know exactly what to do, and the game does not let me show that. But you know, everybody who's survived this long knows exactly what to do if the infection comes along. They know the symptoms, and they know the cure. And that's one of the many reasons we always carry a gun with us everywhere we go. It's not just for self-defense, very much for self-defense, and in a perfect world, that's all it will be for. But sometimes what we need to do is defend others from ourselves. The elbow pads and the knee pads are always the things that get dirtiest, so as soon as those are clean, we can go ahead and stick stuff into the dryer. Molotov on ground. Yeah, I mean, you know. I suppose, technically speaking, that's probably the safer thing to do, but that's also... I'd probably do both. I would probably put, like, a glass container of gasoline on my head and then aim upwards when I do the thing, so that I don't have to experience the mind-shattering pain of self-immolation. Nobody would want that. while we're waiting for that to finish, let's go ahead and get some work done over here. What? Why did she go all the way over there? Okay, then. She went to the wrong front left. So this, the cop car we were towing with us also took a significant front hit because we had gotten the engine pretty high, but the hood is now destroyed and the engine has lost about, I don't know, 20% from what it had. So that's dumb, but it's whatever. I believe that was the sound of my dryer being finished. It's 71 encumbrance into a Nyala like this. Damn. I feel like that might have been buff. It's always been that high. I've been sorely neglecting my Nyalas, if that is the case. don't know if you guys just heard that. That is a new ambient sound that I have not heard before. Or I've started hearing it lately, but have not heard it as much. It is new to me still. That is the better way to phrase it. Just 3 more engine parts. We can get back to 100. And we are not fucking around with bushes this time. If we see them anywhere nearby, we kill them. And after that, damn it. For what just happened, fuck that. We don't mess around right now. That noise too, whatever it was. Don't know exactly what it was. Previous one was like a chime. That one was like a, I don't know, a gust of wind. Particularly unique gust of wind. Okay, just a new gas tank, some new seats, and doors and windows. Side windows, specifically. So all the doors and windows we'll ever need over here. Could you open this door, please? I know one of these has got a good gas tank in it. Small. Small. Big and full. Excellent. Gas can. Leftover tire, and that is hardly a bad thing. Gas tank that still needs to be fixed, also not a bad thing. We've got so much room in the trunk now. It is kind of wild exactly how much room we have now. Now, is it overkill that I'm actually fixing everything up to 100% performance, everything? Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't even need to be anywhere near this good to be functional. Sometimes I just like seeing those numbers go up, and this is absolutely one of those times. Your left. That's the best we can do until we come through and pick up a radio, which we'll have plenty of room to do when we drive it back past the checkpoint. Bring me back to life. So we'll just go ahead and stage this one to tow home Plonky Mobile here. Now, I think we were in the market for a couple better seats for the other one, and that's perfectly fine. We can drop those off on our way out. Fix me up inside. Can't fix me up inside. Replace me. Pop my hood and save me from the red. Garage doors in the gas station you installed. Yes. Okay, so these, let's talk about these gates real quick and why they're so good. These gates, first we have to use a sledgehammer to break the walls out. But then these gates are made with welding. And the special thing about these is they, you can see through them and you can drive through them. Right now, none of the player-built doors you can see through. And there's other doors you can drive through, but only the welded double gates are the ones you can actually see through. Unfortunately, there are no carpentry-based doors with windows yet that the player can build. So like these doors to the gas station here with the windows in them, those are pre-built and pre-built only. Let's give our girl something nice to drink. How about some soda? Wash it down with some, how about some Hi-Hi's? Yeah. I treat my girl good when she does good shit like she does today. We have done some amazing things here. So the other police car that we restored that we left behind is just standing by to pull home the mail van here. And then the police car that we've got already, that we first one we fixed when we got back here, that's the blue van. Now, Mr. Hung's laundry there, because it doesn't have anything in it right now, that's not really a priority. That's basically just if I need something in large quantity that is easier to find here in West Point, I'll take a throwaway back here, pick up Mr. Hung's, and fill them up. That is, it's good to have vehicles at some of your bases with open trunks so you can do something like that. Best way to grind the required skills to hotwire cars. You have luck finding a car and you play with high pop. Well, first problem there is playing with high pop. Second part, the way I do it, the order of operations that I follow, is I don't bother trying to do that until I have gotten Mechanics Volume 1 and 2 and Electrical Volume 1. I read both Electrical Volume 1 and Mechanics Volume 1, and then I seek out Car Zone VHS tapes. Car Zone, there's 3 episodes of it. It is a VHS tape that will play a TV show that doesn't broadcast. You can only catch it through the tape. That gives you mechanic skill. And in my case, because I play a character with high experience gains, despite, no innate talent in any of the crafting skills, she will get 2 levels, like the first 2 levels, from watching 1 episode of Car Zone. If you don't play a character with that, then you might need more than 1 tape to get through the first 2 levels. Then you can read the next book, and hopefully you'll have no problem getting to level 3. That's the highest you can get with the tapes. And mechanics level 3, electrical level 1 is how you hotwire vehicles. Electrical, there's no easy answer to that. Find every radio and every watch you can. Make sure you've read the book. Go on dismantling sprees. There's not a lot. Electrical is very poorly implemented right now. I'm talking about fast learner, yes. I never build a character without it these days. I only ever would on a stable version of the game, because unstable means I'm just going to have to be starting over all the time anyway, so might as well actually make the start overs take less long. I think we're prepped to head out. I was going to take some more seats with me, if we have them. I don't know what these are going to look like Yeah, we got like a 56, 52. I feel like I've already peeled out all the good seats. I guess I'll take these 60 ones. How about a 71? Sure. Yeah, I've already taken the best of the seats from everybody, I think. Driver's seat condition percentage is 60 plus 7. A little bit of room left in the trunk. That will be scrap metal, since that is something I'm actually quite in need of. Keep running out of it. Seven encumbrance left. Could very easily fill that up. Just a question of what specifically. Should be everything filled. Double check that. Yep, 100%. Alright, first transit is a go. Now the legwork we've done over the past probably more than an hour, but since we got down here, the legwork we've done has enabled us to have a pretty streamlined exit now. This, of course, is also assuming, perhaps gratuitously, that we won't run into any issues towing forward with these vehicles. I don't think we will. I don't know that for certain. And since I do have the room, I am going to go ahead and bring the seats up now. One less thing to do on the way back. So, West Point Police hooks up to blue step van full of ammo. And I'm already concerned. We're going to make it. We're making it. Making it a second gear with this one, boys. If it didn't look like it was going to make it, there were some tricks we could do. But this should have... we should get up there with this. I'm going to take this a lot more carefully. It hasn't been a problem before, but after what happened earlier, yeah, we're taking that bridge nice and carefully. What are you doing, step van? All right. Best of luck. It's going to take us a while, but we probably will make it to third. There it is. Now, of course, we'll lose it very quickly on a turn, though, so that's not really that much of an accomplishment. Not like it is with other vehicles. I'm actually going to go ahead and repair the trunk too. I want to make it so that I don't have like literally anything left that I need to do with these before I'm ready to use them again. So in order to repair the trunk, I do need a steel sheet. I think there's going to be some janitor's closets here with shelves. The shelves... Oh dear, well, that's going to require a... the flashlight battery's dead. I'm going to steal a radio real quick. If you need a flashlight battery in a pinch. We have the backup, I just don't want to use it. The closest battery is as close as the nearest vehicular device. I'm pretty sure our neck has mostly healed, but I'll take that risk when I have the moment here. I'll take a look at it. Hopefully we'll get a steel sheet from this. We got one small steel sheet. Okay. Oh, you know what? I have an idea. Can't say I've tried one of these in a while. Air conditioner. Scrap metal. Oh, not really worth the torch expenditure. How about a vending machine? I feel like a vending machine is actually probably not a bad idea. That's what I'm talking about. Beautiful. Yeah, she's going to end up in my road no matter what, so just deal with her. Now, if I took the tires off of the step van and put them back on, and of course also pumped the tires of the step van, we would probably get a little bit better of towing force. But we're making it for now, so I'm not too worried about it. As long as I'm going a little faster than 30, then that's fine. I got a buddy who couldn't bring himself to do 4K, but he gave 1080p with a really high refresh rate. He enjoyed that a lot better than a higher resolution monitor. It's like I forget exactly what the absurd number was. I think it was over 200 hertz. I don't remember it exactly though. I just remember it was even higher than my current monitor, which is 144. That being said, the 144 is fucking insane for 4K, but 4K at this size. Now, 31 West should be clear, but honestly, this is straighter. As silly as that sounds, 31 West still has the fences obstructing it and whatnot. The amount of distance we would have to slow down is greater. You know what? I'm just going to go ahead and sleep here. We've got a bed. It is safe to sleep here. And it is my bedtime right now. I don't think I left any food behind. No. But I did leave this propane tank that's almost empty, and I got a torch that's half full. And didn't know that this exact scenario would happen, but I'm here for it. Any chance to turn a propane tank into a propane tank empty is a chance well taken. There might actually be some food somewhere in this building, but that's fine. I can hold that till we get back to base. Got roasts waiting for us there. This is just to keep my sleep schedule on track. You know what, while we're here... Okay, all the tires are pumped, but I'm going to try taking them off, putting them back on again. You may notice the wheel friction is currently 1.6. If I take the tire off and I put it back on again, you may notice it's now 2.3. Why does that happen? Welcome to Project Zomboid. One of the many things I'd love to submit a bug report about, if only I had any idea whatsoever whether my bug reports are even being read. At this rate, we'll probably make it back with a little bit of time to spare. Now, any gains we might have had from getting the tires, taking them off, putting them back on again, any gains that might have given us, we might have lost some efficacy by towing on the tracks instead of on the asphalt. We do get better wheel friction on asphalt. That was a fucking rat we just ran over. So now there's going to be blood on the hood of my beautiful blue step van here. Whatever. Where to park? Honestly, this blue one is kind of an odd man out. All of my other ammo vans are white at this point, with the exception of SWAT and the loose ammo van back there. It's whatever. I'm not... Perhaps later on, when I expand the parking lot a little bit, I can worry about color coding. For now, let's just get it into a spot in the correct lineup here. Shut up. As fate would have it, I actually do have a leftover light bulb. Like I need more than one. And this is where the downside of having parking lot lighting is actually quite apparent. You are burning out light bulbs all over the place. I think I'm going to turn plonkies here into storage for a wait a minute, is plonkies one of my 100s? Yeah, plonkies is 99. We have a 100 somewhere nearby. But I need to have, like, I need to try to centralize my sports car parts somewhere. I'll probably build a crate or two for them. Several crates, maybe. All of the scrap metal I picked up goes into our crate fabricator here. We got ourselves fed, and we're ready for bed. The scratch on our neck is healed. Now, did that mean that my jacket... This jacket, I don't think this one was one of the ones that did not have the neck intact. And that was intentional. Because of the current temperature. I can't be running around in a leather jacket all the time with the chest and the neck intact. The insulation would be way too high. But this one has holes in the chest and the neck, so I can actually get that higher arm protection without worrying about my without worrying about our girl overheating, sweating herself all over the place, because ain't nobody got time for that. That one's got a premium tech. This one's got nothing. Of course, the tires that were perfect now have a little bit of damage because we took the railroad tracks home. What did I start doing with the... I put them over here, right? Yeah. For now, we'll put sports car parts in here. At some point, I'm going to need to start putting spare battery chargers in my other vehicles, but for now, we'll have a lineup here so we know how many we have total. I definitely feel like I'm going to be... It's going to be something else that I'm missing now. Once again, our collection of 1911 auto magazines is unified. We now have 186 1911 auto magazines. Second sleep is 2 hours late today, but that's alright. We have done worse. Meta event on the far right here, it sounded like. Zombie flow from the left is unlikely at this time. Not impossible, simply unlikely. I'm curious about something. We found some coveralls that seem to be like a pale yellow. I'm going to assume that they are a less saturated yellow than the this boiler suit is very specifically the correct color of yellow. Meanwhile, this one is, look at that. It's like a goldenish yellow. It's the real one and the imposter one. I'm supposed to leave the brown sugar over here. That's our backpack cleaned up, at least. Let's check the generator integrity. 75, we're good for now. Did I finish fixing Citrus Wave? No, it still needs undercarriage, and that's fine. Not a concern whatsoever. It's basically just any time I come home with some parts that would work for heavy duty, like a donor vehicle or whatever the hell. I just come back and then leave it parked next to Citrus until I can sacrifice it for parts. In the case of this thing, everything good has been peeled off it. And I'm not currently using the trunk for anything, but the trunk of this thing would make great storage for heavy-duty vehicle parts. Let's refill water, and we're going to do some combat as a change of pace here. Not that I wasn't enjoying the logistics workflow there, but it is now far and away from something that is necessary. And it was more of a opportunistic thing at the time. We shall make us some coffee. And then we shall make our coffee amazing. Multiple forms of sugar. Now, common mallow and black sage are not as common, so I will not add them to every single coffee I make. Everything over here in all these bags we grow ourselves in our herb garden, and they've all been appropriately preserved. Alright, let's gear up. What I'd like to do today is use up this baseball bat with rail spike, and then we'll switch over back to firearms. That'll kind of be the... I feel like that's a decent flow. I'll use up this... I want to level axes, but I'm not like very dead set on it. So as a way to just kind of passively leveled up axe skill, we'll use up baseball bats with rail spikes until they're broken, and then move back to other skills we're trying to level, such as, in this case, firearms. Alright, so what we're doing here is we've got both of our favorite long guns, M16, MSR-7T, and ammo for both, but they're all that's all in the backpack until we are concluded with our baseball bat with rail spikery. The direction we'll be fighting in today will be the same as yesterday, the general this-away direction. I'm probably going to stay on the outer side of the fence at Chapel Mount Downs, see what we can see down the Chapel Mount Downs road here. This road goes all the way to whatever 1394 is when it gets all the way up here. I forget the name of the road, but 1394 with the divided median kind of just goes around Louisville. So if we just kind of head down this Chapel Mount Down road right here, we don't have to go down the whole road, but I'd like to see what it looks like until we link up with 1394 there. I'm so used to going that way. That is a figment of one of my previous characters. For this character, our exit is over here. This will likely trigger the combat music back, so... We should finish off the magazine of 9mm that I'm working on right now. There's 11 shots in it. Hate it when I fuck up my magazines. That was all because of a rack, too. Alright. I hate this game sometimes. We're not supposed to get stressed from fences anymore, but we're still getting stressed from them.
We're getting stressed with something right now. And whatever it is, we can't stay ahead of it by killing them. That's what it is. I'll burn off some stress with melee combat. I'm actually able to stay under the encumbrance threshold if we... Wow, that's a... Okay, fair enough. That's, welcome to Louisville, everybody. I remember this place. This is KY Transit. I actually set up a small base in here. I believe it was on Nora. Or, no, Nora didn't make it this way. I can't remember. Annie definitely set up a base in this place. But there's not many Zeds back here. And that might be part of the reason why. Most of them, if there were any, would be congregating down by the other side. Knox County Stoneworks Masonry, okay. So there is a masonry asset available here. Everything else is quite standard. I wonder if I can actually armor up and still not be encumbered. I suspect probably not. The coat of plates is just very heavy. If I was set to do all melee combat, then yes. I can actually be completely unencumbered while also protected. If I don't have any of my ranged weapons, which is a bit of a tall ask, but as long as we don't have heavy target saturation. And if we do, if heavy target saturation comes our way anyway, we just turn around and run away. See, I want to be able to do this. I want to be able to, if I'm going to be doing a lot of melee specifically, I want to be able to get out of the vehicle and run around very easily. And even stage 1 encumbrance is too annoying for me to want to deal with it. That's right. Honestly, if the goal is to not be over-encumbered. Mission failed because I'm carrying around my heavy weapon still in my backpack. That was a bit of a doof that I didn't even really consider that. I'm close, but I'm not there, which means I can be fully armored and have a full capacity of small arms and not be over encumbered. That is the glory of being strength level 10. Alright, this is the target area that I mentioned when we were looking at the map. This is Chapel Mount Down Road. The residential area in there is full, as I expected it to be. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and drive down this road nice and slow like, and then go around the bend here. I don't know who killed Spiffo here. Wasn't me. But it's fresh, so I won't let that go to waste. Now, we are in the market for a new windshield for a sports car. Can't tell the... Oh, look at that. It's good looking. Okay. This is a replacement for our... the blue race car. Has had a bad rear windshield for a little while now, ever since the accident. Long story behind that one. Try to peel these groups apart with the sound of my engine here. See how they keep going a little high? Hitting a little cue brings them back towards me instead of letting them flank me. One must be extremely careful as they get close to these flower beds. These flower beds might never have been fixed. Yeah, I don't know what exactly is going on with those flower beds, but I think there's no terrain underneath them. It resulted in us crashing the desktop at one point. That was on a previous character, but I don't know if that's ever been fixed, and I'm very wary of it. Now, as long as the zombies don't step on the potentially bugged terrain, which is the flower bed here, then I think we'll be okay. But we ended up crashing, even though it was not us who was stepping on it, so I feel like we want to not incentivize the zombies to step on it. That noise that y'all are hearing that sounds a little weird is the sound of a raccoon, and it's louder for some reason. There's probably a lot of them in these areas here, but we can't see those areas right now, so we just have to be very careful about it. Especially because there's something really weird going on with the audio right now. I don't know if you noticed, but that guy was quiet, and he should have been a lot louder than that because he was right in front of us. We can now see around the corner. What's going on here, Indy Stone? I am fading into the ether. Oh, you think the gravel is your ally, but you merely adopted the rock. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see the dirt till I was already a pebble. By that time, it was nothing but granite. See, some parts of this area in the middle here we actually cleared, not really intentionally, but because there were, we were coming out here doing some stealth kills at one point. That's how we got our current helmet. The helmet that I'm wearing right now, best in slot by far, is a jockey helmet for a horse rider. That was a question of when, not if. Alright, that was rather successful. So, that means we are shifting gears away from axe weaponry and back to firearms for the day. Now you may notice we are at stage 2 encumbrance. That is okay. We are a walking turret at the moment. We need to be able to shoot at different ranges. That requires 2 different long guns, which is extremely heavy. Beautiful weather, though. Very beautiful. Ended up making it to about 3,700 out of 6,000 experience with axes. What I'd like to do is use up another one of those rail spike bats in its fullest, and then gauge how much axe experience I get from using it up, and then use that as like a baseline to see, like, alright, how much experience do I need? And if I'm getting that much per bat within a rail spike in it, then how many bats do I need to make, right? At which point, then I just know I make that many, and I'm getting myself pretty close to the to level 10 axes. What's the longest save I've had? It's linked in the description. Annie Mae went from July 9th, 1993, which is the canonical start date of the game, to August, I want to say 8th, for some reason 8/8/1995 is what is coming to mind. I don't know if that's 100% correct. I don't remember the exact end date, but yeah, at some point her save got broken by an update, which is just what happens when you play B42. I could still be playing her to this game, to this day. I would still be playing her to this day if B42 updates were like, had no chances of breaking saves. But I feel like that's not a realistic expectation for any video game. You play in an unstable beta build, then you're gonna get save game breakage. Yeah, she had a good run, and that was not her. That was not her first life. That will not be her last life. I am kind of take a bit of a multiverse approach to some of my characters. They don't suffer a combat death or anything of the sort, then there's no reason that we can't play them again someday as a alternative universe for them. I did a run with Annie Mae starting on 42.6 that went until 42.7. Forget exactly when her save got broken by an update, but it did. So that would be twice that Annie Mae had her save up broken by an update. Our aiming skill is at 3,300 out of 7,500, so we're making good progress, but we won't be seeing aiming level 9 anytime soon. Even with the book read, that is a very slow skill to level. This is a almost perfect step ban. I actually partially forgot about it. I think I remembered it earlier, and then I promptly forgot about it again, but we don't currently have a pressing need for another perfect step van. The Plunky Mobile is currently perfect, and yet we're not actively using it all the time. But let's say that I want to go and pick up a bunch of furniture at some point. Then having a perfect step van would be great for that. I'm going to tow it in reverse. I don't know what could be going wrong here. Maybe I need better tires. Maybe it needs better tires. I don't know. I don't have time to troubleshoot that. By the time I finish troubleshooting it, we'll already be home. Just tow it in reverse. Go ahead and gear down here. Can do that while we're towing. Literally 100% perfect everything except for one seat, which we can fix later. But of course I've got to mess those numbers up in order to get into the thing, because we never found the keys and I didn't feel like looking for them. This is a quality 100 step van, so it will, unlike Plonky's, it has a 100% chance to start given no weather impacts. Actually, a lot of gas in it. I'm going to go ahead and use that up so that I can get these generators refilled. Nobody got a front window over here? Probably not. Front windows are not as common as I wish they'd be. So we'll need a new front window for Jorgensen and Sons. You know, I'm just gonna steal it from Citrus Wave. The fleet grows. Alright, I have to step away briefly, IRL. Won't be gone too long. When I get back, we will catch a sleep and then organize our bag and then get a plan together for tomorrow here. Back in just a moment, folks. Oh, I'm managing the food system. Well, you can see part of it right there on the crop rows. And the other part of it is the animal situation over there. Cow for milk. Milk equals calories or butter. And chickens for tons of eggs over there, among other things. Yeah, I'll elaborate on that further when I get back. Alrighty, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Just gonna tap the fast forward button for a moment and get us to 2300. Keep our bedtime intact here. We have got enough boxes of nails hanging around at this point that I'm going to go ahead and pack them into a carton here. Go ahead and fill up a few tanks of gas here. Unacceptable. I'm not as familiar with these, so let's find out if it's being honest about where its gas port is. Looks like it is. So I'm going to do a perimeter check before we get started, because it's night, and seeing 1Z is enough to make me want to do a quick sweep. No idea what this thing feels like towing these days. So let's just hook up one of these wrecked vehicles, which we can always dismantle for steel and whatnot. Just see what it feels like trying to tow one of these. I feel like that's supposed to be the appeal. We're not making it out of second gear. At least I don't think we are. Nope, we are losing we're losing speed. So really, it's not that good for anything. I haven't tried towing a step van with it. I suppose I could try that. If it can tow a step van, then it has a spot somewhere in my fleet. And Jorgensen also needed some gas. Actually, Jorgensen could use a better gas tank. So what I'm going to do is actually empty Jorgensen into these cans. And we're going to swap tanks. Get it down here. There is a big gas tank available in whatchamacallit, citrus wave. Just for shits and giggles, I would like to see if I can get this thing to 100% even. I think I can. Let ye who said it not be possible be proven wrong. Oh, one of our tires took a slight hit. 99.97. You know what? That's good enough for me. All performance. And we're going to catch a sleep really quick, and then we will finish, go ahead and fill up the gas tank so that it is ready to go. But otherwise, it is now parted out completely. Well, so much for the shortcut. The kale is good to go on water, and it's days away from the next phase. Garlic is still forever away. Garlic is not even a consideration factor right now. Let's get our second sleep. Yeah, I can see that. And it looks like we got fog today, so I might, speaking of towing, I might be doing more of it. You may be wondering, why is it that I'm able to refill it on that side when the gas port is on this side? Well, the devs fixed the gas ports being visually on the wrong side for step fans that are not the labeled type, but the step fans with the actual texture labels on the side, no, those haven't been fixed. I don't know if they ever will be. It is a kind of an accident that this is going to work out. I did not know exactly how much gas was left in this, but I know I had used it a few times. But what I'm doing now is just making sure that each of the generators has a spare 10 liter in addition to the one that's already in use for each. Gives me an excuse to top this one back up. Currently this one is mostly welding carrier secondary. Some duffel bags of S-rods. I can probably move those elsewhere. What these duffel bags are really is the 4 on the ground over here next to the ambulance are steel rods only, 15 each. And what that is really, what is 15 steel rods? That's basically 5 windows barricaded. So these bars here on the windows, we need 3 bars of some kind. Steel rods are my preference. So 15 is basically 5 windows. Now that being said, usually if I'm going to allocate things into a duffel bag, I like to also do the torches and welding rods, but in this case I have not. Has the fog eased up? I think it is easing up. Excellent. That is what I wanted. It's kind of why I continued with the refueling work, even though the refueling was more or less done at that point. I'm looking to see if I can't collapse some of these freezers down here. I probably can. It's a question of how efficiently I can do it. Right now, the roof generator is being overtaxed in comparison to all of the other generators. And it's been a difficult prospect to consider load balancing them because I cannot... I only have two of these freezers here. The single part chest freezers. I only have two of those available to me. And basically what they are is one half of one of these popsicle freezers. The current load is... You can't see it, but there's a popsicle freezer in this bottom corner of the base. And there's one in this corner, one in this corner, and the one that is inside here, this one, is actually powered by the central generator. And if I can get rid of that, that would be phenomenal. I have an interesting theory. I don't know if I can test it. Let me get out another popsicle freezer here. I remember at one point that I was able to get the freezers to split, because one side would be powered by one generator and one would be powered by the other. If it works like I'm imagining, then I don't need more of the white freezers. See how... Okay, now that's interesting. See how one side is just not on? Interesting. That means the roof generator of the base is powering this one. But I think that's exactly what I want. 97 potatoes in this bag. That is one of my standardized frozen produce measurements is 97 of something. It always messes the verticality of decorations behind it, but that's fine. Of course, I do want to make sure that it actually is powered and doesn't just look powered. Yes, it's good. So, I'm not going to try to replicate that. What I'm going to do instead is place the white freezer here. Now, this white freezer is going to be on the same circuit out here as this one. So, what we've effectively accomplished there is this generator should now have... Yes, it has 2 popsicle freezers and 1 chest freezer. That is the average of what I want on the as many generators as I can have so that they're all synchronized. So I do have another popsicle freezer here. Curious who will power it if I place it like right here-ish. Nobody. Well then. Well, there both sides get powered. Shit. Okay, neither side powered here. That's what I wanted to see. Now one side is powered, so it was going in this direction. So this generator is now powering. It should say 3 popsicle freezers, which is equivalent to 1 popsicle freezer and a chest freezer. Yeah. Okay. So I'm completely bypassing the problem of not having enough chest freezers by only powering half of a popsicle freezer. So now what I can do is go collapse this freezer up here, which I've been wanting to get rid of. So now everything is even except this one right here is not currently powering a third freezer. Using these display cases is a little bit gamey. I won't be able to do that forever, and I probably should play as if... I should play fairly with the system that's given to me. It is kind of an exploit that I'm using the, whatchamacallit, the cooling shelves there, those three. They're cooling the produce that's put in them like a refrigerator would, but they don't cost electricity, or they don't cost gasoline from your generator. So it's gamey to be using those, because it's probably just a glitch. It has to be a glitch. There's no way. There's no such thing as 100% efficient cooling that doesn't pull power from your anything. But what that means is the white freezer that I'm using over here should just get turned into a fridge. But in order to move a fridge, I need to drop some stuff. Because fridges are extremely heavy. I only have large fridges over there, which I do not need a large fridge. I just need a regular fridge. Now, of course, I don't actually have means to fill up that freezer entirely, but what that does mean is that everything is now load balanced. See, everything that's in this freezer right here, for the most part, is perfectly fine to be left in the state that it's in. fix my wall decorations here. Alright, let me double check the balancing because that actually should be almost perfect. .25 on this one because it is one side of a popsicle freezer and the fridge. The others should be about .26 something, so the others are actually supposed to be a little bit ahead of the roof one now. And I'm actually 100% okay with that because these ones are easier to refill. It's fewer clicks to refill these. Yeah, so these are 264. And all three of them should be very similar. Yeah, 264, 268. .266. So it's, I suppose the only slight problem about the ones out here having a higher load is that if I do be stupid and I completely forget to refill them long enough for one of them to run out completely, it'll now be this one that runs out first. And it will be a lot harder to notice this one running out during the day. Because during the day, all the these parking lot lights are redundant. On the flip side, if this one had the highest load, then I would never miss it because no matter how much sunlight there is, I'll always notice if the lights go out on the floor lights there. In any case, we're going to continue with a little bit of combat while we still have daylight to work with. Why did my screwdriver get unfavorited? That's cursed. I did kind of blow most of my daylight, but that's okay. Half of it was fog, so we'll make use of a little bit of it here. Gonna do a little bit of sniping in the I'll revisit that thought momentarily. If I want to continue leveling axes, then I'll need to get another baseball bat put together. Crude bench vise. Alright, I didn't even realize those were a thing. I mean, I knew that they existed. I've seen them on tables that we can't move. Small respirator filters. My screwdriver was in my hand. Okay, mystery solved. Alright, so we have actually wiped out all the loot containers in both of those rail yard buildings. Probably wouldn't have done that if it wasn't for the fact that these rail spike bats are going to prove useful to leveling our axe skills. But I'll go ahead and get those marked off so I don't try to double loot them. Now, something I would like to do is punch a few holes into these wooden fences strategically. But in order to know when and where to do that, we're going to need to be able to see the other side. Y'all hear that? Oh, that's another deer. Am I about to capture another deer, boys? I might do it. See, the trick is, I know there's zombies on the other side of the fence, so it's going to keep coming up to the fence and then getting scared and going back the other way. Or at least that's the theory. That theory might not play out. Now in real life, this is actually kind of dangerous. I think deer will charge you if they feel cornered. They have a lot of flight reflex, but they are not entirely without fight reflex. But yeah, that's the trick if you're ever interested how I captured the fawn. The fawn, of course, being a lot easier to grab than a doe. But it's possible. You just got to be next to it for exactly 1 second, and you've got to click the pick up at the right moment. We actually did have an opportunity just now. I did not click it at the right moment, though. That sounded like it was right next to me. And the deer has now left the... Curious where it went. It'd be really funny if it trapped itself in this yard. But it most likely went this way. Oh well. Gonna put railroad spikes into a duffel here so that I can carry them around to whichever crafting surface I end up using for the project. Let's see what I can do with this crude bench vise. Pretty sure it's a structure. No? Alright then. Can I use 3D placement to turn it into a proper bench vise? I believe I can. I am a big fan of C-clamps, and bench vises are their close cousins, I suppose. This enclosure here that holds my monitor directly above my recliner is held together in part by C-clamps so that I can adjust things very easily. So we found 2 of those things, which is literally perfect. It's called a crude bench vise. It doesn't seem to do anything, but I found 2 of them at the rail yard. In real life, what these would do is you would, it's just like a C-clamp. You rotate the little, thingamajig on the side here, the crank, and it tightens the clamps together, so that it basically just holds things for you, right? So if I was sawing wood, what I would do is take one of these planks if I wanted to saw it, and I would use the, of course, it sounds like this is something you would have to do in Project Zomboid, but we're talking in real life here. That would be the purpose of this. You'd probably turn it longwise here. Yeah. And with that, the bench vise would hold it in place. There we go. So I'd be able to come over here and do whatever I want to it. Yeah, only the Louisville rail yard so far. I actually have not seen any of these after doing rather extensive searches through the, what's it called? The rail yard, the logistics rail yard, next to the checkpoint. I would expect to see these there, but I didn't. So either they're extremely rare and I just got lucky, or they only spawn here in Louisville. Could be any of the above, really. That's painful. Oh, that's painful. Disappointing survivor houses are a truly, truly sad thing. Oh, wait a minute. This rear windshield can just go right into the, right into this bad boy here. Because he needs it. Much better. Want to clear the skyscraper. That's like asking, do you want to go climb a mountain? Sure, but are we going to be able to do it right away? Or are we going to be able to do it in the near future? Things like these require planning. We don't just drop what we're doing and undertake something that insane. But yes, I do want to eventually. It is on this character's journey milestones that I'm interested in hitting, because I've never done it before. It's right up there with those other places that are just, there's no point in doing it for loot. You're not doing it for loot, you're doing it for the experience. And we did the military research facility in my previous character. That was our killing thousands of zombies for no real reason experience on Nora. Who died? Parking lots, top left. That's right, I got an entire briefcase full of spare light bulbs. What you gonna do about it? It's not my fault that there's no daylight sensors so that I can have these things only running at night. I need some large branches, and we are officially completely out of them from every source. So, that means we are grabbing a firefighter axe from... I have one on the floor somewhere. I don't currently need tons of logs, but when the time comes that I do, I'll leave the sheet rope that I'm currently equipped with. Yeah, okay, so there's the startings of a field kit in Mr. Hung's, and that is incorrect. If there's going to be startings of a field kit anywhere, it's going to be in my perfect step van over here. Hung's was my best at one point, but that point has long since passed. So this axe and the sledgehammer can stay in... Jorgensen now. Plonkies does not currently have a use. Plonkies can be my logging vehicle. It is a 99 engine quality as opposed to 100. And if this is going to be my logging vehicle, then it needs an axe. And I see an axe right there. When I say axe, I actually mean spare axe. This is the axe we'll start by using. So if you're looking for large branches, as I currently am, you are only going to find them from trees that are very big. And like this one here. This one here is a quote-unquote very big tree. When we chop this down, we'll get 4 logs, we'll get a sapling, and we'll get most importantly, a large branch. I want to make sure that I'm not talking shit here. Let me go ahead and just put away what we just picked up. But I'm going to move up a little bit, and I'm going to chop one of these trees that looks a little bigger than the 2 log trees. This one right here looks like it could be a 3 log tree. I actually don't know about those. So let's find out. Could be wrong about this being a 3 log tree. I know the big ones and I know the small ones, but no, that was a 2 log. So no, no large branches. This one, that's a 1 log, and I think that means this one is as well. The 3 log trees are not very common. I don't see those very often. So I do believe that means, unless I find a 3 log tree and I am able to actually acquire a large branch from one, I don't see it happening. So we do have an entire lot full of large trees here. Do a quick sweep between the trees here. There's nobody just waiting in the wings. Next time I'm at the grocery store, I might unironically pick some up, because I've been getting the urge. The temptation has been real. I'm allowed to ingest a small amount of sugar here and there. I'm working on that. I'm working on reducing it. I'm not one of those sugar absolutists. I'm like the minarchist of anti-sugar advocates. So we got enough large branch for 4 baseball bats there. I'm going to go ahead and make that a nice round 5. Because that's what we still have enough sheet rope for in terms of logs. Now, if it seems like these large trees are actually plentiful, it depends on where you're talking about. This particular location in Louisville, one of the many reasons I chose to base here, is because we got a nice mini little forest here on multiple sides. But they are very finite. If I go nuts, we will deforest every single one of them, and then we'll have to go quite far to get more, so I'm not going to go nuts. All things in moderation, right? It actually takes a little while to carve these into bats, so what I'm going to do is go ahead and stick that Log stack in there. We picked up a berry randomly. We don't have very many other ingredients for a fruit salad, but if we did, that would be what I would do with that. Perfectly on time for bed, just as I intended. What are we up to? We're up to about 7 hours here. Thinking about my meta options here. There are a few things I have left to do before I start. I have been talking about this a few times in the past, if anybody watching is new. I've been talking a little bit about starting my streams in the morning with a workout. My character right here is at strength level 10 and fitness level 10, so she doesn't need a workout, but I sure as hell do. See that? You hear that lady screaming just now? She was screaming because she saw how far out of shape I've gotten. I sympathize. Let's go ahead and carve up a few of these. But all that being said, there's a few more things I got to do before I'm ready to actually do that. I mean, if she needed it, I would. I unironically would if she needed to work out. If I do a character who is not strength level 10 in the future, then I would definitely see about that. So I'm going to go ahead and start with one of these. It costs me leather strips in addition to the rail spike. Should have everything I need in the corner here. Except I don't. Let me fix that. Let me put leather strips over here. Of course I have. A club hammer is something I can make, which is something I'm going to do right now. I'm just going to make another club hammer so that I can have one over there in addition to over here. I can't always have all of my tools in the right spot. And in this case, I can just make another one. So in order to forge a club hammer head, I need a pierced iron or steel block. We should have at least one steel block on hand, which we do. We're just going to pierce it now with a metalworking punch and some charcoal. So there's a pierced chunk. Now we turn it into a hammerhead. Now we just give it a handle. And voila, we got a club hammer. Put it over here where it belongs. Now we should have everything we need to make a rail spike baseball bat. Now the goal with this is I want to find out exactly how much experience I get in the axe skill by the time I break this thing. So I'm going to put back my firefighter axe, which is a tool more so than a weapon at this point. Put this rail spike bat on my back. The rail spike bat does not need to be sharpened, and that is the most important thing about it. I'll take a roast out of the... there is none in the freezer. Just take it out of the fridge then. Food for the day acquired. Refill our water. And off we go. These corpses have been up here for a while now. But they probably still got a little bit of time before they go away. I do think I'm going to go ahead and bust a hole in the fence up here. Yes. I was considering it, and I am no longer considering it. I am now doing it. Well, if it was a genuine crash, then that will probably delete the Zeds. Not that I particularly enjoy that myself. Ooh. Get yeeted on. I don't gotta wait for you no more. I can attack through windows now. Token they, by the way, just if you didn't know. Be very, very careful getting close to windows. Just assume the windows are almost not there. That's what I like to do. Oh, it did not delete the Zeds. Oh, that's not good. That means the game might not be recognizing it as a proper crash. I feel like if the game recognizes it as a crash, then it will do it. But if it doesn't recognize it... Oh, that's bullshit. Personally, I would never take the L on that. Yeah, I would absolutely back it up, and if I do get bit while the game is frickin' loading in, no. I would restore the backup and tap N on my way in. Cursed mods. If anybody's wondering why I'm stockpiling generators, you got an example right up here. Gas station that I can drop one off at. One of many. Now, if anybody's not familiar with Louisville, this is actually some of our first steps into the urban center proper. Beyond this point, you start getting very big buildings. One of the first multi-story ones is actually coming right down the road here. $1.50 gigs. Yeah, well, your save file being bigger than mine is quite interesting insofar as I gotta assume it's got to be some mod data in there. It can't. I feel like it can't just be sheer tile count because I've uncovered most of the map on previous characters, and still didn't quite get to a gig and a half. I did not know that mods would increase your save file size by that particular of a margin. Interesting. Assuming that theory is correct. Hello there, Zork. How's it going? We're at the Gas to Go in South Louisville, right? Yeah, those roads will get you. That's real estate up there. Well, you also do more residential than me. That could also be contributory. There's a lot of house interiors I haven't spawned in yet. Oh man, I'm an idiot. I didn't look at my experience. I'll have to just go back in time and check. It was 3707 if I remember right. That's the number I'm just going to use. I'm going to write that down before I forget about it. Because I wanted to see exactly how much experience I'm getting by using up one of these things completely. It's not a bad policy. Definitely increases your chances of something beyond simple residential. You know, this Gas to Go here wouldn't be a bad outpost. Got that fence in the back. Can I somehow nail these guys? See, these two right here, the moment they detect anything, these two right here are primed to just start slapping the window. Like, they'll fucking do it. If I shout, they'll start slapping the window. If I get close to them and they hear something, they'll start slapping the window. I don't know if I can save those windows, boys. I'm all about saving the windows here, but that's almost a checkmate, unless I can run up there and somehow kill them both. But because they're clustered, they're going to get better damage against the windows, so it will only take them a couple of taps. And we got this asshole right here who's just going to be hitting the door. But if I try to come at them from the other side, I don't get a clean approach because of the vending machines. This is a literal window preservation checkmate right here. Fucking. Oh yeah, I'm one-shotting them. This is. I think I've talked a little bit about this. This is the Rail Spike baseball bat. It is best, as far as I can tell, it's the best axe weapon you don't have to sharpen, which is very congenial to my interests. Ooh, okay. It's still a dangerous situation, but the one in front of the door moved. Ooh. I was wrong, and I'm so happy to be wrong. Now there's just going to be one who's going to start slapping the window. If I get a good approach on him, he'll hit me, and there we go. That's what I want. Get over here, bitch. Get off of my window. Success. Windows are saved, boys. All right. Oh, shit, that's right. I forgot about this template. This template has got the... okay, then. That's gonna make this a lot more difficult. This angle right here is one of the ones most of them are going to come from. I cannot guarantee your safety. Propane over here too. I don't know how I feel about going in there trying to deal with her. I could shoot her, but that would create a problem much bigger than what I'm trying to deal with right now. Propane secured. How many kills total? 17 last I looked. Yeah, 17 and 242 at the moment. Honestly, for the amount of time I've spent, for 400 days, that's not even slightly impressive, because I don't take unnecessary risks or fight fights that don't need to be fought. And we're just playing default settings, which, to be entirely honest, have been nerfed, so there's nothing really impressive about the kill count. If I actually cared about kill count, I'd probably be playing a different game. This is where I would normally bring up Darktide, but I don't know if I'm ever going to play Darktide again. I'm not going to, like, say I'm not. I'm just going to say I don't know if I am, because Fat Shark has once again gone after something that I really enjoyed doing in that game. First it was quell canceling. They got rid of quell canceling, so Psychers aren't machine guns anymore. Alright, fine. I didn't like the fact that they did that, because quell canceling has been around since open beta 2023. November 2023 was the open beta. I remember, because it was, yeah, that was... And only late in 2025 did they finally decide to say, oh no, this is allowing players to shoot faster than we wanted them to, so we're going to go ahead and remove that. Okay. And now what they've done is they've removed Executioner. They didn't remove it from the game, it's still there, but it only applies debuffs to the target that you hit, so it's fucking useless now, compared to what it used to be. It used to be that every time you got a melee strike on a weak point, your armor penetration for all attacks went up. Sure, maybe that's not functioning as intended, but it was a lot of fucking fun. It was a lot of fucking fun. It let me set a bunch of people on fire with Soul Blaze, and then turn around and get some melee kills, and then my fucking Soul Blaze, my fire had armor penetration. I'm gonna say that one more time. My fire had armor penetration. It was so fucking fun. And okay, sure, probably not functioning as intended. Also been around for literal years. But no, Fat Shark decided, oh no, we're gonna go ahead and get rid of that. You guys are having a little too much fun now. You guys were having too much fun now. We gotta get rid of that. By the way, Fat Shark and Arrowhead, I believe they work in the same building. I could be wrong about that, but they're both Swedish devs who use Stingray. I'm pretty sure they both also work in the same building. That could just be a rumor, though. I don't know that for sure. But it was cooking. It was pretty fucking fire, if I do say so myself. But no, I mean, with Executioner gone, it's not necessarily that I have to completely rethink how I play. It is, actually. It kind of is. I can still play the way I used to. It's just not going to work anymore. The niche that I made work before as a Psyker in Darktide was I had a Void Strike staff. I don't fucking know what they call it now. They changed the name of the Void Strike at one point. It's the one that shoots the huge projectiles, and they go long distance, and they go through enemies. The light enemies go straight through them. When that large projectile detonated, it would create an AoE Soul Blaze. So what I was getting is every single time I would shoot the secondary, which is a big charged shot, the moment it would hit a surface or it would hit a large target like a plate armor target, it would detonate, and everybody around them would get a few stacks of Soul Blaze. You could get that up to 6 stacks from that source. And then you could limit break those stacks by doing a Venting Shriek. Now what all that means is I built my entire character around the ability to spread Soul Blaze that way. But now Soul Blaze, the ceiling of damage I can get from Soul Blaze in that game has basically fallen off a cliff. If I cannot get armor penetration to apply to it, it'll do literally nothing to armored targets. And that means that my entire strategy for dealing with armored targets is null and void. They might have even nerfed Slaughterer as well. I have no idea about that. We're getting deep into the weeds. We always have been. But what I'm trying to say is that the things that made Darktide very fun for me have been specifically targeted and removed. And we're talking about a single-player PvE game, but also an online service. So anybody who's played Helldivers, I'm pretty sure you understand completely what I'm going through. And I bring that up, of course, because Darktide was my go-to horde shooter. There's a lot more dangerous enemies than zombies in there. but it's very well balanced, and it's very great for Twitch combat. And I don't think they've noticed anything about my defensive kits. I'm probably still a very, very defensible psyker, despite my. It used to be that I had the perfect balance of offense and defense. I don't know if you guys have noticed with my production window here, I'm always looking to balance the min-maxes where I can. And we had a build that worked. And then I guess that worked too well. I guess it worked too well. Now they just added a new class, by the way. We've got Skitari now. After all these years of the meme. Skitari tomorrow, guys. Skitari tomorrow. No, this time it was true. Skitari have been added. I could go pay Fat Shark 20-something bucks, and I could go play the new class. But you know what I would have to do if I wanted to play the new class? I'd have to delete one of my psychers. I have 4 psychers. Why do I have 4 psychers? Again, deep into the weeds, but you used to be able to limit break how many characters you were able to make in that game. Another thing that's been around for many, many, many years. Now you can't do that anymore. Having too much fun with that. Now it is a server-side thing and not a client-side thing, so I can't make any more characters. I meant the account limit. Doesn't matter if I pay for the DLC. It doesn't give me any more slots. I can't make any more characters. As far as I know. I haven't verified that, but that's how it was with the previous DLC. I paid for Hive Scum. I made the memes. I enjoyed it. I got a lot of updates on Reddit from the memes. It was looking like it was going to be fun. I tried it out with my psychic first, and I had a great time. Then I tried it with I tried to create the new character, and error. This account has maximum characters created. So the DLC I paid for, I couldn't even fucking interact with. And I have no idea if the new DLC that just came out, it's going to be the same. Who fucking knows? And that's where we get to the point where I have to fall back to why I'm playing Zomboid in the first place. This game doesn't have DLC. This game doesn't have any microtransactions. It does not have any temptation to spend money on something that's going to be constantly changing, where the fun shit's going to go away. If the fun shit in this game goes away, well, that sucks, but I almost expect it, because it's under active development constantly. I don't know. I just had to bitch about that. I know probably very few people in my channel currently watching me are probably Darktide enjoyers. It was basically what my channel was all about before I started getting into Zomboid. I almost exclusively posted Darktide content for a few years there. Very fun game. It could have been so much funner. Fun has been going down, and that's never a good sign. I probably would have turned around at some point, but the population on this road is not what I expected it to be. I don't know how I feel about that. I should have put away these propane tanks. Okay, I'm gonna get the truck now. That would be why I didn't put anything in the trunk here. I don't actually have a lot of room right now. I can put 2 of these propane tanks, and that might be it. Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and put the other one on the passenger seat, because there's room now. And that should get me out of encumbrance if I equip the bat. Yes, okay, that's what I want. That's what I like to see. That's how I can run around a lot easier in melee. Now, this is not surprising. This is about expected volume for this area. Bring your pretty face to my axe. I can finally use that line. Yes, absolutely. The saw blade used to not require sharpening. It does now. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I don't know if this is a fluke. I don't know if the rail spike has the stats that it does without needing to be sharpened. It might just be an oversight that they haven't added sharpness to it yet. That could be that, because I mean that's exactly what it was with the saw blade axe. Clearly, it was supposed to be sharpenable, but we got away for a little while there without having to sharpen it. But this is so good. Technically, it is better than the firefighter axe in every way except for durability. So if you subtract durability from the equation, this thing is better than the firefighter axe in every way because you don't have to sharpen it. So it degrades condition when it does, and you don't have to put any further thought into it. You can just mindlessly kill things until it breaks. You're not going to be losing damage or opportunities to make it last longer if you aren't constantly checking to see if you can sharpen it. And I like that a lot. I missed that about short blunt. But the problem with short blunt is short or long blunt, you'll never quite get this effective with your killing. See, I was going to strategically open holes in the fence, but honestly, there's a lot of area around here that I don't really need to. I mean, yeah, maybe, I don't know. I don't just what I'm going to say about that is don't make the devs think about it too much. Just smile and nod. That's all I can say. Just smile and nod, because the more you make them think about it, the more they'll be like, yeah, maybe we should make them sharpen it so that they're not having too much fun. I've taken an approach after. I hate to say it, but I mean, I tend to play these games. Everything I was just bitching about in Darktide is it's just as bad over here in Zomboid. We just expect it more in Zomboid because, you know, the early access and the unstable beta and all that. But at the end of the day, both of the devs will eventually come after you for having fun. It just seemed like Fat Shark was actually not going to do it for a while there. The amount of time that I managed to get away with having fun with my cycle build is phenomenal in hindsight. Also, I mean, just, you know, there's other forms of fun I was having in that game. I may have one of the only psychers left who is still doesn't have anything equipped on their chest slot. So I am a topless psycher. And they have been trying to force people not to do that. I think Games Workshop might have even cracked down on them. But no, one of my psychers is permanently topless because she never equipped anything in the slot. So the slot is literally not occupied. That's the vast majority of the time people would use some shady mods from Nexus to unequip what was in that slot. But that would not work permanently. That was not a permanent fix. Because as long as something had been equipped in the slot previously, then that would be kept in a database somewhere, and the function could fall back. So when they removed the ability to unequip slots completely, arbitrarily, I guess they just never accounted for the fact that my character, when it was created, was actually created in such a way that the default gear was not equipped. I mean, the characters are so fucking ugly anyway. It's not like it's an attractive person who's topless. Not even slightly. Darktide, the Darktide characters are very far their way to be the ugliest things possible. Drops the knives and Longblade for now because of sharp. Yeah, you know, you're not wrong about that. Sharpness is just, it's really, I just wish we had better understanding of when we needed to sharpen. Because honestly, if I just could see it on my action bar down here, if I didn't have to constantly open up the fucking crafting menu or tap R or some shit, if I could just see some visual feedback without having to take an action, that would help so much with dealing with that bullshit. But no, we're not supposed to know. We've got to look at it. We've got to go out of our way to look at it. Otherwise, how are we going to know? We can't just know things. Except our weight. We can just know our weight. I've bitched about this many times before, but this game's hilarious inconsistency with the numbers that you're allowed to see that no normal person would ever be able to know. I mean, I know that my weight is somewhere between 230 and 240 right now. And that I can base that just on how I feel. How I look and how I feel. And it's because I know myself very, very well. But it's... I mean, I could be slightly above or below that. Maybe I'm 228. I seriously doubt it. I'm probably on the higher end right now. I wasn't kidding when I said that I was out of shape, but still, it's like... The fact that I can just check my info tab and see that, oh, I'm 77 kilos, so we're going to be doing weight gain soon. And KTO is doing the correct thing by using some mods so that you can actually know when to sharpen. But you're right, it is still a pain in the ass. I'm assuming that you've got an RV with a sharpening stone on it. What I want, and I don't even know if there's a mod that can do this, I want a sharpening stone sticking out of the back of my truck. Fuck, I want a bench grinder on the back of my truck. If I was having to kill zombies like this in real life, I have a bench grinder right over there. I can't orient the cameras right now so you can see it. I have a bench grinder on my fucking counter right over there. If I had to kill zombies in real life all day, every day, you bet your sweet ass that I would get that thing plugged directly into my alternator, and I would be running that every single time I needed, and it would just be in the bed of my truck, or, well, my car. I would convert my car into a ghetto truck by pulling the lid off of the trunk so that I could open bed it everywhere I go. But no, the bench grinder would be right there. So I would just be able to walk right over to it and just instantly sharpen whatever I'm trying to use. But we can't do that in Project Zomboid. We gotta have a grindstone instead of a bench grinder. Hey Resin, how's it going? We're probably 450 something at this point. I don't know. It's September 29th, and the stream title was created when it was the 22nd, I want to say. So, yeah, add 7 to that, whatever. I'm just giving you guys a rough estimate. Just a rough estimate. It all blurs together after a certain point. Yeah, it really... I mean, honestly, I have mixed feelings about the whole concept of sharpness to begin with. But I don't hate it as much as long as I can... I mean, being able to hit R and reload my blade, I guess I can say that I don't hate that too much. I'm glad I can reload my blade. I just wish I knew when to reload my blade, but I think there's precedent. We're never going to see that. The devs of this game don't want us to know how much are in our magazines unless we open up the fucking UI, so that's probably very intentional. That's been that way for far too long. see, that's another thing, you know, if I was sitting down with our new game director, if I was Mr. Atomic Duck and I was sitting down with our new game director and I was trying to ask some hard questions, the inconsistency of information shown would absolutely be something I would try to get a vision answer on, right? I don't care about short-term problems with that. What I'm trying to get is what I want to understand what their goal is. Is their goal for all information that would be not visible to us regularly? Is that their goal? Because if so, it doesn't seem like they're meeting it. Is their goal some sort of mix and matchup? If so, can you define that a little better? I feel like the answer is probably just going to be, well, it's a work in progress. We haven't made hard decisions on that. That's probably what I feel like he would say. I didn't even realize I was fatigued. I'm considering just drinking a coffee. Yeah, no, fuck it, I'm drinking a coffee. This is literally what we've saved our coffee for. I am going to go close that door, though. The Reddit mod does not need to have the door open right now. Close this door, please. I have no idea what that is stuck in there. I think it's a guitar neck. So one of the reasons we're getting so many in these backyards is because of all the gun shooting that I did in the rail yard over there. It caused everybody who was in this area to gum themselves up here. Curious. Oh, good. Very good. I assume all this time it's been spent trying to back up the save, because that is 1.5 gigabyte. It's going to take a minute. Doesn't matter that I have a Samsung 950. It's still going to take a minute for me. 6 minutes, actually, is I think the most recent. I've actually stopped doing it after every save, or after every stream. Not a good policy. What I really should be doing is compressing them. If you back up your saves in this game, compress them with 7-zip, and they take up a lot less space. There's something very inefficient about the way the saves are structured, and that shines through when you see exactly the kind of crazy compression ratio you can get. Yeah, WinRAR is about the same. It was actually practical necessity that forced me over to 7-zip. My client would never pay for the licenses for WinRAR, and there's actually some government policies about not having unlicensed software, even if WinRAR just lets you do the trial forever. So they actually just have us use 7-zip instead, and that ended up bleeding over into my personal life, and now I use 7-zip for everything. That's, I don't want to go into that. That's way too tight back there. I can pull some of them out of there, but I want to sweep around and check the street before I make any noise back here. There's a lot right here. I'm going to do. I'm going to come up here. I'm going to hit Q. Fall back.
Hey!
Because all I want is them out of those trees. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Fire truck here. This is going to be a high engine condition in it. Or engine quality 100. Louisville, boys. It's the jackpot. That's probably not going to be like that forever. These wrecks that just so happen to not have an engine quality defined and therefore get to have 100. No, not going to be that way forever. That is just an oversight. I'm sure someday these will have single-digit engine conditions. The thing about it is that it feels rewarding to just come across a vehicle with a really nice engine condition. Sorry, quality. I keep confusing them. Oh, it must have been the leather. I always forget that leather coats on zombies counts as armor. See, I can say with such a straight face that sad thing is I have no way to prove this, but I can say with a very straight face that my character, not a single time has this clock ever changed without it being on stream or on video. I did load in to test the new texture helmet in my latest video, like video, non-stream, but video. I did load in the character very briefly to make sure the texture looked good. But that was in a video, so that was posted, so every ounce of time spent on this character is public. I don't even know if it's possible to change the time, is it? I've never even looked into that. If it is, then of course I have no way of proving that. I know that time used to change accidentally because saves would get broken. I am so glad to see that that got fixed. That was one of my happiest things to see change when it comes to updates to the game. Alright, where are we at? I was actually kind of hoping to use this till it breaks today. It's getting close, but it's not quite there. It'd be kind of cool if I could just use up one of these things in one day. Still don't like it back here, but it's a lot less bad than it was just now. All that noise we made pulled most of them out. I no longer see anybody, which is, yep, good. Why she didn't feel like getting up. Wow, okay. So we have gone through all the backyards then. This mini forest. Okay, so there's 2 backyards there. Disregard what I was about to say. But like I was saying, I don't actually expect to see too many in the streets right now. These houses have probably not been spawned in yet. So if I get close enough to these houses, they'll probably spawn in, and then there'll be an unknown number of them ready to come spilling out of the building. Oh, well, that one just spawned in. We saw the interior flash for a moment, so that means it is officially spawned in. Deleted 3 blocks of Zeds. Well, that's for you. That's absolutely that's a substantial amount. For me, that can vary depend on where we're at. High pop things. I'm not gonna like recover it or anything, but I'm gonna peel the crap off of the glasswork here and break those. Yeah, that whole area can get really unnecessarily aggressive, even on standard settings. Ugh. Imagine a fire marshal truck with not a single axe in it. Now that is cursed. Whatever. We've identified a solid target with a quality 100 engine. I'm going to mark that on the map really quick. We are on Ulster right now. I was just saying some shit about spawning in the buildings. I think I just got close enough to that one to spawn it in, so that means that one slap in that window is fresh. So now we're actually deviating into the townhouse community that's next to Jericho. So going down this one here, even though it's unexplored, we're in very familiar territory. But that means these buildings may not have spilled Zeds yet. I don't see them very populated, though. Oh, there's one. Several in that unit. Now the chances of anybody following us home from where we're currently at, not very high. Way too many obstructions that'll probably intercept them. I'm willing to accept being up to 1 hour late for bed or so. So we are still moving in the direction of home, but I'll get out to kill a few more. we'll peel off our armor and start putting these propane tanks to work. We did find an annotated map. Let's see where that leads. Polly left stuff here. Don't let lookouts spot you and burn them. Interesting. Interesting. There ain't no NPCs in this game. Who the fuck are these lookouts they're talking about? Guess we'll just have to assume that they all died. Oh, that's... Okay, we're in Louisville, but we're getting annotated maps for far away from Louisville. That's interesting. Oh, you know what this is? I know exactly what this is. And this is going to be one of those duffel bags with guns in it. Because this whole little roundabout here, this community, Wilson to whatever this road is to Rabbit here, this is all abandoned houses. These are all abandoned houses. There's like one house that's not abandoned, and it's not this one. It's not the one that got marked. So, I've actually had an annotated map in there before, and what it was just a duffel bag with weapons in it. Sawed-off shotguns, a couple of those. So... just call it Riverside, too, because the Riverside, I believe, is the closest. So I think I'll go ahead and do another day in-game, but there are a few things I would like to finish getting set up so that I can maybe, I don't know about tomorrow, but I might be able to start doing pre-stream workouts. When I say pre-stream, what I really mean is pre-Zomboid, but it'll be, I'll be like, you know, I'll be doing workouts at the beginning of my streams going forward. If anybody's watching this in the distant future, I think I may eventually cut the pre-stream workouts from the replays because, I mean, you know, that is not the point. The point is to hold myself to account by making sure that it's not just me who witnesses it. That's one of the reasons gyms are such a useful thing. But I've got beef with my local gym, so I'm never going back there. Oh, I was supposed to go to sleep. Well, too late. I used up a propane tank. Now I'll go to sleep. One of the things that's been holding me back from getting back into my workout routine, and if this sounds like cope, it is, 100%. Routines are fragile things. I think often about what it would take to get me to truly change my routine and then get to commit to that change. And I think having changed my routine successfully for a period of time, I managed to go to the gym for like 4 months straight before it finally got messed up by something. And rather funnily enough, what it ended up getting messed up by is a problem that I still haven't really solved. I solved it temporarily, but then it unsolved itself. My scooter got a flat tire, and I did not want to start driving again to the gym, so I just stopped going. And what that really means is that people, I think, and I'm getting more profound here, I think people can change. I think the thing is that getting to commit to that change is the hardest part. And the change is fragile and easy to fall back from. See, if I just was interested, if I had the, I guess we could call it the strength of mind. The strength of mind to not allow a flat tire, admittedly it's a fucking 11-inch tubeless tire, not the easiest thing to fix. Trust me. Fucking trust me, it's not the easiest thing to fix. Especially when you go on the internet these days and you try to look up how the best way to do it, and all you get are a bunch of fucking AI-generated articles that do not understand the nuance between tractor tires and scooter tires. There's a massive fucking difference. And yet every single one of these AI slop-generated pieces of shit all can't tell the fucking difference because, oh, tubeless tires are all tubeless, right? That means they're all the same, right? And I mean, you know, the worst, it's not necessarily just the AI that's the problem. It's the people who's churning them out without any fucking knowledge whatsoever. They're just trying to SEO their fucking website into orbit and make all those ad monies from YouTube. Or YouTube, Google. Same fucking thing. I'm mad about it, I really am, because that's one case where, you know, the proliferation of AI in the search engine field has actually unironically been to my objective detriment. Because it's not that I haven't tried. I've tried. I've slimed the thing. It will not bead no matter what I try to do. And I think it's the tire. Because honestly, it beaded once the first time I put it back on there. Tied it down with a ratchet clamp, and I got the pump out, and it managed to... I mean, the thing sounded like a fucking gunshot when I pulled the ratchet clamp off, but it at least retained the air. That's what it needed to do. Now, why is that stopping me from going to the gym? It's not just the gym, it's also the, I like to start my workouts with a hike. That's just something that I feel that I like, I say that I have to do it. It just feels, it feels right. That's the way I like to think about it. It feels right. It's not like there's nowhere to hike that's closer than where I was going. But the opportunities around here are kind of lame. I've got a choice between a paved surface and a paved surface and a paved surface. All of which have no elevation at all. I mean, can you really call it a hike? It's just a fucking walk. I don't know. Maybe I'm being a little semantic over the definitions, but it's also like a touch grass thing. If I'm going to go outside and, like, you know, do the touch grass thing for the sake of fitness, then I don't like half-assing it. I don't like just going outside for the sake of going outside. An urban environment with paved surfaces does not really feel like I'm going outside very much. I mean, you know, if I'm indoors or outdoors in an urban environment, it really doesn't feel that different to me. It doesn't truly feel different until I'm surrounded by trees. Even if the trees aren't that dense and I can see house lights through the trees, which is almost everywhere I go in the entire state. That's just Northern Virginia right there. I think that's my bags cleaned up. And we got close, to be honest. We got close to breaking this thing. But we will evaluate. I want to see what our experience level is after we break it. So I'm going to go ahead and sleep again if the game will let me. Nope. And this is why I was afraid of the coffee. Ay, Dios míos. I guess I'll just fuck around for a minute then. I mean, regardless of how much experience I get, I'm going to need more than one or two more. So I'll just take two of these baseball bats and go ahead and crank them into the same thing that I'm using right now. And I'll put those in the fire truck. There we go. I knew I was close. Just fast forwarded about 30 minutes and we were good. Alright, so with all that yap in mind, I think I will fight through at least part of the day today. We'll see how the day plays out. These leather gloves are spares. Yeah, it doesn't work when the stream is live, Resin. YouTube's auto caption system isn't that fast. It does not currently, but if you look at any of the streams in my playlist, playlists in the description, any of the streams that have already streamed, like the previous part that's the first link in the description. You'll see the closed captions work for that. YouTube's closed captions are actually pretty good, but they're slow. They don't keep up with live streams. Next roast coming right up. Weather's looking great today, so we're going to finish what we started. Joe's making a lot of noise for being just one of them here. I thought I heard the noises of more than one, but whatever. No, somebody died. See what that brings out. I don't feel like going into that forest. I also don't feel like doing something as loud as tooting the horn. So just a single 357. Let's see what that does. You tell me there's people on the other side. Oh, this is the other fence. Okay. Get the fence over here. One coming from the top. Alright, so we are now at 4510. So assuming this is where I thought we were with Axe 3707. I could be off by 100 or 2 on that. I'm not sure. I know it was 30 something. So 4510 minus 3707. 800, about 800 experience. So not quite 1,000. So that means definitely quite a few more of these if I want to grind my way all the way to level 10. No surprises there. But I was just curious to see like just a vague number of how many it would take. Because we currently have it's 7,500 and then 9,000. So let me do some quick napkin math on that. So 6,000 minus 4,510, 1,490, and then 7,500 and then 9,000. Let's assume that we're getting about 800 per axe. We'd have to make 23 more axes. I'm sorry, not axes, but rail spike baseball bat weapons. I mean, it sounds like a lot, but honestly, for getting a weapon skill to level 10, that's actually not that bad. I completely lost track of how many swords we did. I don't think it was 22, but that's also because swords have an ungodly amount more durability than these things. This is rather annoying. There's another one in there. I saw him, but it didn't. He didn't seem to want to come outside of the forest for the gunshot. I don't like going in between the trees on foot, so I'll go in between the trees in my vehicle. Go ahead, ambush me now, bitch. Swear there was another one in here. I was just trying to knock him over, but he didn't. He really doesn't want to be ragdolled right now. Persistent bastard. Purple carpeting in these units here. Worth keeping in mind. Just those units. Purple carpeting is quite rare. Can count on one hand the number of places that I know where to find it. That would be one finger right there. I believe that's the hospital right there. I've never actually hit that hospital. I might someday consider that one. But it is now time to make a strategic hole in this fence. Gonna make it, actually, let's just extend this road. Clear on the other side, clear on the other side. Now I know I can use carpentry to disassemble this, but it takes a lot longer. So we're just going to give that a break for now. While I wait for the muscle strain to go away, I'll take a peek in here. Those ever elusive rose or lavender seeds could show up in here. Speaking of, I have some dumbbells that are customizable. But they weren't fine-tunable enough for me, so I ended up starting out. See, what I do is I do really low weight but really high reps, and I want to go right back to 100. Starting back in, I want to do 100 reps of all three of my preferred double arm exercises, but I can't do that at 6 pounds. And of course, I could take one side off, but then it would be 3 pounds and it would be unbalanced. What I actually ended up doing, and I still need to stress test this, is I took some ankle weights, those little, whatchamacallit, small key weights that are like rectangular, that are meant to go in little slots for something that'll go around your ankle to weigh you down while you walk. I took those apart and put them into an arrangement on either side of the custom dumbbell, so that I can actually basically start out at, what is it going to be, like 5 pounds, I think? 4 pounds? I don't remember. They're actually not that heavy. Probably end up having to weigh it at some point. Should be all the muscle strain gone. Now that some of them have stepped away from the edge of that black fence, I feel a little bit less. Hello, is it online? Yes, it's online. Very online right now. Oh, online. Are you talking like multiplayer? Fuck no, I would never play multiplayer. No multiplayer here, my friend. And I can explain to you exactly why. How do I know if you are somebody who's going to come in here and fuck around? I don't, and it's impossible to know. And even if you aren't somebody like that at first, who's to say you won't become like that eventually? There is no answers to any of these questions, and anybody who says there is just coping and seething about it. You're either playing Rust, or you're playing single player. That's more or less what this is. You're talking to somebody who's played thousands of hours of Ark Survival Evolved, which is not even as bad as Rust, as far as I understand. And it sure as hell is no EVE Online. At least with EVE Online, you don't have you have centralized servers that I want to say are actively being monitored for people using exploits, but I don't know. I haven't audited the game. I'm sure that when there's a financial incentive for it, that's when things get truly wacky. So about all these Zeds here, I want to kill them with a melee weapon that I'm working on right now, but I don't want to go in there on foot from the opposite direction. So I'm going to go ahead and break a hole in the corner here. I don't know how well this is going to work out for me. Currently the plan is we'll take a couple of... In fact, I'm just going to take one... Yeah, we'll take 2 tiles out of the corner here. Nah, this is going to bring too many of them, so... We'll take 1 tile, we'll fall back, and we'll see how many of them we can lure out of this nightmare and into the wide open space over there. Now what we're going to do is just toot like that, and then line of sight them back here. If we line of sight them, they should stop attacking the fence. And hopefully that will result in them continuing to move in the direction where they heard the sound without getting stuck attacking something. Yeah, no, though. We'll find out. See, it worked for that guy right there. How many more?
Hey!
Remember, we don't want them to know that we're here, because otherwise they'll just start slapping their faces against the fence, and they'll never stop until we leave the area. Ah, but look at that, look at that. That's what I want to see. Hello, everybody. Now, all these guys are fast shamblers, so I'm going to take them in chunks. Every time I slap somebody with one of my weapons right here, somebody on the other side of the fence might hear me and start coming around, so we're not going to take aggressive action to pull the other group yet. Yeah, see? I'm okay with a couple of slow bees, but anybody faster is... no. I'm going to split them up. I'm actually going to fall back a little bit and armor up. I don't know what it is. My something sense is tingling right now. I'm also going to put the respirator in my backpack. Blackberry tea. Iced or hot? When I hear blackberry, I think iced. But, I mean, a lot of tea flavors can go either way. Remember, our goal is not to this opening we just created, we don't want the opening itself to be littered with corpses. A bunch to the left and the right I don't care about. The opening itself needs to stay open, though, so that I can go out and get onto this road as I desire. That's hot. Okay. Not bad. These days I'm very Arnold Palmer minded. I usually I'll brew the tea hot, but then I'll overbag it. I'll do like 16 ounces of water, but I'll do like 3 bags. Right now I'm doing chamomile black and green, jasmine green, and I'll fucking ruin it with a little bit of lemonade mix, because I can't get myself off of sugar 100% rate yet. Someday. Today's not that day. Let the fast shamblers pull themselves out of the group. Going through the trees. Go, Farmer John. Last time I tried a tea that was kind of fruit flavored adjacent, I was, whatchamacallit, I think it was mango. Oh, Panaka gave me the tea bag, and that was so long ago. That was back when we still worked at the data center that I lived down the street from. That has been closed down. That's been a hot minute. Been a very hot minute. I still don't care for this forest back here, because behind any one of these trees there could be a tightly clustered group that I didn't really pay attention to prior. I mentioned before, but this is this little forest here. It's not really a forest. It's like an artificial sort of forest that's outside the hospital. I'm about 80% sure that's what this is. Good to see we've cleared this far, at least. Yeah, this, Now tell me, if you were walking this in real life, you got this gravel road, and you've got trees around you, but the trees are just not dense enough to hide the fact that you're surrounded by concrete jungle and iron bars. That's what it would feel like if I was walking on the W and OD trail, Washington and Old Dominion Trail. It's where I live a little ways away from it. I could walk there on foot very easily. But there's no, you're not under any delusions on calling it a trail is probably a very cynical thing. It's a footpath. It's a pedestrian footpath. Lots of bicycles, but pedestrian footpath mostly. Paved, marked. bergamot. Bergamot, I feel like I have not tried that before. I'm going to have to give that a shot. I'm actually kind of baffled at how quiet it is over here. Now this over here, this looks like a proper forest trail. Are we actually going straight into central Louisville here? Yeah, we are. Okay, I was wrong. That's not the hospital. The hospital's here. Okay, so I was off by a few degrees. The hospital was this direction. So this is actually not part of the hospital. This is just part of the... I think this is a church up here. I can't remember exactly what this is. But cool. That's good to know. That means we're not trying to go any deeper into this. Now, that's another curious thing. I looked on the map at these trails many times. I see brown on the map. That's very definitively brown. But this is not a dirt road. This is a gravel road. One of the reasons I always avoided central Louisville, the park in the middle there, is because of the dirt roads. I just assumed they'd be overgrown. But these aren't. I don't see no dirt, do you guys? I see grass and gravel. So I don't know what these trails feel like necessarily, but I do know that when we... Oh, it's a golf club. Oh, okay. That actually makes sense. Cool. I've been in the parking lot of this building, but I've never been in the building itself. That's probably why I thought it was a church. The iron bars surrounding it and whatnot. The high gabled architecture there. But yeah, I've fought many fights in this particular parking lot on previous characters. There's no need to run back if that's just going to mess up my... Is that Turkish? I feel like that looks like Turkish, based on the number of underlemmed Latin characters. But I'm actually not familiar. Yeah, it is quite beautiful. This is where I parked the truck. Got a little ways out from it. It's a pretty trail out there. I would actually call it prettier now that I know that it leads all the way into Central Park there. You could probably get deep enough into Central Park there here in Louisville where you wouldn't see you wouldn't see a bunch of housing lights all around you everywhere you look. And the trees probably would encroach enough, the canopy would encroach enough that you wouldn't have to see skyscrapers. That's an important thing for me, if there's skyscrapers nearby. Luckily, the area that I live in, Northern Virginia, actually doesn't, this particular part of Northern Virginia does not have very many tall buildings. Very few, actually. It's probably because mostly data centers, you can't make data centers into skyscrapers. If you could, I would be surrounded by skyscrapers. Data centers, you build them so that you can vent heat upwards. And if you just put floors on top of floors on top of floors, you're just increasing the amount of effort that it takes to vent the heat on every floor that goes above it. That's why you'll never see. I've heard people talk about, you know, in the YouTube comments and whatnot, why don't we just have data centers in skyscrapers? No. Thermodynamics doesn't like that very much. Now, of course, eventually you'll probably reach some sort of critical point where it becomes cheaper to just build a second floor and then figure out something to do with the heat. But that's something that to do with the heat. When we're getting that much heat coming up from below, that's going to be a very expensive thing. So data centers will continue to encroach horizontally long before they start going vertical. Long before they... Just for simple thermodynamic rules. What I'm trying to do right now is clear just the road itself, and then I'll probably do a little drive through and maybe do some noise making and see if I can pull everybody out of the buildings and into the road, so I don't have to deal with everybody all at once. We deal with the road crowd first and then the indoor crowd second. Yes, this is Louisville. This is the suburban side, but still very much Louisville. We're kind of on the east side-ish, or sorry, no, my cardinal directions. We're still definitively west, but like we're on the eastern side of west side, if that makes sense. Check the map, why not? It's called Coffin Street. That's cheery. This is closer to Central Park than I've ever gotten before. I usually just stop going in this direction when I see that there's nothing but residential, and then beyond it, nothing but the park. That's usually when I stop going in this direction. The urge to get lots of melee kills because I'm laser focused on axe right now is kind of assisting with my exploration here. Because even though these guys can get pretty dense back here, it's nothing compared to a Louisville skyscraper. If I get close to a skyscraper right now, we'll spill out the first floor and there will be way too many to handle at once, no matter what kind of creative thing I do. The only way you can spill a Louisville skyscraper and immediately handle them is if you got multiple shotguns and you're prepped for a shotgun ground war and you've got some good choke points established. Of course, for all I know, maybe they've nerfed the skyscraper populations too. I don't know. I can definitely tell you that certain parts of Louisville feel way easier than they have before, and that's in line with the rest of Apocalypse. How long before some of the sweaty tryhards come out here and call Apocalypse baby mode? I'm waiting for it. Somewhere between 80 and 90% of players struggle to survive just on Apocalypse, but you're gonna get those sweaty, out-of-touch, try-hard motherfuckers who come in here and just be like, I can't play this game without sprinters anymore, man. This game is baby mode without sprinters now. Apocalypse is just baby mode. Fuck you, dude. This is, I'm not gonna sit here and say that it's hard, but that's because I know how. It's because I've been doing this for 3,400 hours. If you don't have hundreds of hours of experience, of course it's gonna be difficult to actually pick up everything. Way too much nuance in zombie behavior to even fully master non-sprinters. And then sprinters are just a fucking meme because there's no mastering them. You can master single sprinters, sure. But that's not how this game works. You're never going to get a single of anything. This is extinction mode. There would be absolutely nothing from preventing 2 or 3 of these zombies from being sprinters. Coming at me from multiple directions and just, that's it. Game over. The only counter I would have to that would be to constantly just be building fences everywhere I go. Everywhere I go, I would build fences. And does that sound fun to you guys? It doesn't sound fun to me. It really doesn't. Taking this place block by block, road by road, just inching my way down the road, making sure everywhere I go there's multiple low fences that I can, if I see more than one sprinter at once, I can turn around and jump over the low fence and let the sprinters slap themselves over the fence. I know, right? I would have to come up with a lot of interesting optimizations for that. I would have to, you know how I have like gate bags for constructing gates with. I wouldn't be able to do the sprinter wall crawl. I've said this before, but if you added just a few countermeasures that would make it so that 4 sprinters coming at you from 4 different directions was not an instant checkmate. A dodge button would be one thing, but just other things that can just deal with sprinters temporarily. That do, you know, I'm not saying to make it easy, I'm saying to give us a countermeasure. That's all I'm asking for. Any countermeasure. Other than, I mean, okay, so defenses really count. Do fences really count as countermeasures? Because at that point, what I'm doing is I'm building safe spaces. I'm just building safe spaces on every street corner that I progress down through. That just doesn't sound very appealing to me. I'd prefer that my body is capable of staying ahead of these things in a realistic manner. There's a yellow generator in there. Good to know. That door is about to break, so I'm falling back a little bit. Because when that door breaks, I predict 2 or 3. Looks like 2. Maybe 1 in the back line. It only takes 2 for them to make very short work of the door. If there were more than 2 back there, then it would, I hate to say it, but KT was right. Office cubicles would be your mobile defensive position. And what you would do is you just carry them around. They'd be fucking gold. You carry them around and just build little spots that you can fall back to. If you see more than 1 sprinter, of course you can sprint away yourself. But if you're going to sprint away, you need to make sure you're going to sprint not into more sprinters. And even if you do, you need to make sure that you have a way to handle them all. I really hate everything about this current situation. I want to kill that guy, but the only safe way to do it is stupid. So I'm just not going to kill him. I'm going to take this generator, and I don't have room for it in the trunk, I don't think. I'm not even close. I do have a frame pack, though. What I would have to do in order to use that frame pack... that's interesting. There's no easy answer to this. Basically, I'm not taking this generator yet. I'm going to leave it somewhere nice and conspicuous. Over here. I'll be driving back and forth up here more often. So if I leave the generator right here, I will definitely notice it in the future. So I didn't even really think about it like this, but I guess you could say that without... I'm kind of like doing this sequentially here. We did the main road up here, that's nice and clean. And now we're doing the side roads. Yeah, I did not... That was not intentional. It just happened to work out really well for me here. What we're resulting in is fewer zombies coming at us from either direction there. This could have gotten really ugly if too much had been different about what we had done previously. We're pretty close to axe level 8 here. I would be quite pleased with myself if I could get axe level 8 before the end of today's stream. I don't... That's going to be a bit of a tall order. Doesn't mean I'm not going to try. Because if this breaks, I've got another one. The number up here looks intimidating, but honestly, I've seen worse in this area. Right now, the only thing that intimidates me is the potential for fatigue to pop up randomly. I don't know exactly what my gain rate has been since we've been hot for a couple chunks of the day. Being hot does make you tired faster. Last time I got fatigued, I didn't even notice until a few kills in. Oh, I saw one going in that direction, but I guess he's done. Real estate from which they can come up here is limited. Ah, up there, okay.
Hey!
That's what I'm talking about. Bring your mumbling bitch ass down here. Honestly, the ones inside the parking lot wouldn't be too hard to deal with. Seeing as I can go around this fence. Got about 1,000 experience left we've got to get with Axe to get the next level, so I don't see... That probably is not happening this stream. No, definitely not now. That's a lot of them. Fatigue is likely any second now, so... Chargers up here. Slow ones. I know I can't make the Beyblade meme without being an expert, which you can only get as a lumberjack, but... Beyblade, better whip. I'm curious at how much I'm still one-shot and even at stage 1 fatigue. That's dangerous. I don't want to be fighting at stage 1 fatigue for too long, but I do find it funny that I can still one-shot them. It's just like a sword, only it's not a sword because it ain't got no sharpness. Alright, calling it here. Doing good things here today. I mean, honestly, considering we got 150 experience just now, there's not exactly... I'm going to go sleep, and I'm just going to get right back up and continue. We're not going to go all the way back to base. We don't have to. There's a safe house to sleep in just right down the road, and we'll continue for a little bit. It would be, like I said, it would be amazing if I could get Axe level 10. The results of that encounter just now made me think that if I'm steady and safe, but I keep at it, I think we could actually do it. So this area is interesting. There is a way through here, 2 ways through. This way is a lot tighter. This way is less tight. Sometimes the tree growth makes it difficult, but it looks like... No, not this time, we're good. No idea what they just broke, but they broke something. Well, you have high pop, so you have so many things to hit. It's, with enough things to hit, yes, you'll be getting mountains of experience. I don't want to make this sound like a complaint, but I quite literally haven't had enough things to hit to level 10 anything other than Longblade at this point. I don't know if I had done melee combat exclusively instead of any, whatchamacallit, pipe bombing. I'm still wearing the gloves. Bonk. Well, am I in Louisville? I mean, I am, but it's not. This definitely isn't your dad's Louisville, and I don't mean that in a perfectly nice sense. It is now October 1st. Ooh, swerved a little bit there. I'm definitely getting a teensy bit sluggish. I'm going to do because I believe in myself and the thoroughness with which I've cleared the rail yard, that I feel confident doing a little, see what happens with that. Theoretically, there should be quite a few that should come either through the train station or like this one all the way up here. She should not be alone. There should be plenty of them, just like her. But I might have to get a little closer. Let's find out. Main Street on Mold was suspicious. Now that is... Well, I guess even on high pop you'll get your swaves where there's just not very many spawns. 0 multiplied by 4 is still pretty much 0. See how the one toot brought people, one toot caused a pollute. They are now polluting the environment here. All over the place, polluting it. It's my first time getting close enough to spawn this interior. mean, you might not want to build a base in mold, but mold wants you to build a base in it. Mold wants you inside it.
Wait a minute, I never put my necklace back on. That's cursed. Let's go. Where'd the necklace go? Wait, no, where did the necklace go? What the fuck? Where's my necklace? There you are. It was the only thing that would fit on the seat when I tried to pull things off. Yeah, I almost always take the second one, but I don't usually, at least not on this character. I didn't feel the need to barricade it. This is a trap. Spring the trap. Well, you'll definitely have plenty of gunnery. I want this road traversable. Oh, hello. Okay. Good to know. We might have to do a bit of a roundabout here.
Admiral, we have enemy Zeds in cell 420. It's our trap. This is not a good situation right here. I want to nail this guy, but there could be like 10 of them around this corner. Sense a disturbance in the force. Well, I am pretty disturbing. Okay, not bad. Not bad at all. Not like this area is actually clear. There's lots of people that are still inside buildings that we're going to need to bring outside before we can even think about using the word clear. But the roads are a great first step, because that means you've successfully divided the ones inside from the ones outside. And that's always an accomplishment in a place like this. Now the cut-throughs around Zippy Mart here, that road up there and this one right here, I have had much enjoyment of those, particularly on Annie, because Annie came back and forth through this area much more than, I don't even know if Nora didn't quite make it to this particular sector. We kind of went around it a little bit on Nora. Okay, so like I was saying before, I do believe we're going to end the stream tomorrow morning, so we're coming down the home stretch here. Got a couple of other things I wanted to handle today, and we're about 9 hours in. That's a pretty solid number. I have been known in the past to go 12 hours straight. I'm going to try to hold back on ever doing anything above, or at least anything over 8 hours without a little margin of error there, until I've gotten myself in a situation where every stream at the beginning, I'm doing a solid workout. At that point, when I get to that point, then I will feel a lot less bad about going absolutely fucking tunnel vision on Zomboid and just locking in for 12 hours. I don't care about that if I'm keeping myself in shape, but I have reached a point where I no longer feel as though I'm in shape, and feels over reals in that regard, honestly. If you don't feel like you're in shape, you probably aren't. That's not to say that there's not many situations where you feel like you're in shape and you're probably not. That's a separate can of worms. If you actually feel like you're not in shape, you probably aren't. Ooh, mahogany bar wall. That's not something you find every day right there. Close did we get to breaking this next one? Not even slightly close, and that's okay. Honestly, that's okay. We have probably enough life left in it that we'll get the next level of axe before we break it. Ooh. That means your rec rooms are going to be well stocked. That's multiple tables right there. Or actually the poker tables. Those are interesting. They're at the same size as the pool tables. But if you want a good poker table, you need seats around it. It's not like pool tables where you just got to make sure there's traversal space. You know, actually, I'm going to go ahead and put my armor in the wash along with my clothes so that I can end next stream, or I can start next stream not only well rested and on a morning note, but also clean. That'd be nice. Wait, that's the dryer. Even where I thought it wouldn't happen, it still happened. Oh, looks like we got fog. That's alright. That just means that we'll get started, I mean, I always get started slowly anyway. So a slow start next time is perfectly fine. Diving straight into it without any warm-up is not always the best of ideas. We picked up a couple sacks of gravel by chance. I'll go ahead and deploy those out here to extend our driveway a little bit. I don't think we picked up quite enough to finish it. But any small extra amount of driving space over here is good by me. Because there's still a lot of back and forth left to do out here. Now, some of our crops are getting to the next phase, but we have not gotten to the point where we can start composting them all, so I suppose I'll water them while I'm waiting for the dryer to finish. Their water levels are now down to quote-unquote fine, which is, that's 30 each. The kale and the lettuce here definitely should be kept up with the water, but the garlic over here is it's more than fine. Garlic is one of those crops that'll just outlast. It can live with less water than I can. Alright, once I get myself geared back up here, that is where we'll call it. It is no longer wet, it is good. We started the stream with fog, and we're ending it with fog. I suppose that's providential. I had hoped, actually, that I could get some better screenshots for my thumbnails with the new helmet. Try that. See what any of that feels like. Honestly, the baseball bat, I'm going to be using it for a minute. Doesn't quite fit into swords and gunnery, but it's one of my weapons. And I always recommend taking screenshots of your bases, and in my case, my fleet of vehicular devices. I can best perceive those from the corner up here. There we go, I can catch everything like that. Alright, folks, we've had a good one today. I will be back at this bright and early tomorrow morning. Don't know if I'll be starting with my workout stream yet, but we'll see. In any case, I will catch you guys tomorrow morning. Peace out, and have a good one. Adios, folks.